All right, kids, are y'all ready for today? Are you? Oh, I forgot to do this. I forgot to do a thing. That's okay. You're giving me time.
Can't bread over every egg.
The fuck is the game? There it is. Okie dokie. Excellent, excellent. Spooky background. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, short on tickets? All right, while you're doing this, I'm gonna go put on a hoodie. Because I'm already cold.
All right, time to execute my trick.
What was?
You crave sustenance? No. No, we are not taking you down. You are not coming off the ceiling. I love this game. Cortisol. Crisol. It's kind of behind my head. But yes, Crisol. But hold on a quick second. There's a couple things we need to do today because also, yes, it's Ganon's birthday. Remember to call Ganon a goofy goober and that he's still not getting uppies on his birthday. Yep. Correct. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. Almost started the day with 50 squats. It's compliment self. Fuck. All right, kids. Also, I'm lagging. My tracking is lagging. What the hell? I brought another Harley, brother.
What's your fear?
Wait, did you really, Bob? You bought another Harley motorcycle? Merry Crystal. Yeah, hi, Void. Thank you for renewing your season pass. Holy shit, dude. Grabs long sticks and feeds Hyper some cheese. That's one way to do it. You're stuck there, Hyper? Yeah, we're leaving Hyper glued to the ceiling just in case anybody needs in on the joke. Hyper is permanently glued to the ceiling. Complimenting myself, though. Fuck, I don't know. I made a killer ass design. Hey, chat, do you want to see what this model was originally supposed to look like? Yeah, let's do a little side thing really quick. Let me get y'all. Because we were talking about it in the Discord earlier today, and I told y'all I would show you on stream. Actually, this is fine. Kind of. Hi, kids. Say hello to the original PSD for this model. It's quite nice. Oh, I thought scroll was... How did I just zoom in a second ago? Was it shift? Oh, it's alt. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Say hi to the original hair. Here, we can actually play around with it a little bit. Oh no, it's lagging. I can't click the things. I can't click the things. Okay, there we go. That's how long it took for it to unload and reload. Now, there was a couple things in here. All eyes on Baron, the one we call all eyes. Are you sure? Wait, why did it just turn off again? I just tried to turn it back on. I'm also, I've already clicked the things I want to click. I'm waiting. I gotta wait. Oh. Ooh. Photo P, are you okay? Jesus. Long hair propaganda? That's the original hair from 1.0. This is not in the model. This was supposed to be in it, but it cost $300 to get it rigged. So I didn't do it because it was already $4,000 to rig this model. Uh-oh. But can you also see one of the things that was left out, chat? Did the model break? It's currently frozen for some reason. I think VTube Studio crashed. Let's close VTube Studio. I'll be fine when you give me 15 pounds. The thing is, I can't open this in like Clip Studio Paint because for whatever reason, the masks and stuff that were used in this model don't work properly in Clip Studio Paint. For whatever reason, they don't work right. So a lot of things just turn into like big black bars. But yeah, I have a forearm toggle. The thing is though, do you notice like the wisps? Also, I just tried to close VTube Studio. We're gonna have to do the pillow method. End task. All right. We'll bring it up after we're done using PhotoP. But yeah, there was supposed to be wisps and stuff on the arms. Those didn't get put into the model. And then let me see here. I was trying to find one of the other things because there's a whole arm toggle that's not in here. There's the hair, there's the wisps. There's none of the nude base is in the model. Trying to find it. Like there's the choke toggle. It's called fuck render, which is the middle finger toggle. Arms crossed, that's it. And now I wait for it to load. Yeah, it's out of layers right now. Let's actually go back down here. Let's minimize some of these folders. Where did that go? What if I turn this off? What does this actually turn off? I think that disappeared my main hands. Yeah, this is how hefty this model is. It's funnier than it should be. It's very funny. Well, yeah, that's because I'm trying to find the exact layers that are actually the main arms. Because there was actually supposed to be an arm cross, and there's only half of the arm cross. So you can see the original main arms, like right here at the top. There's the third and fourth arm. They were supposed to hold each other, but Rin could not figure out how to do it. Will this one have a ball toggle? This is the old one. This is the current model. This is the stuff that was left over and never used because one, I couldn't afford it, or two, Rin couldn't figure out how it worked. I think that's kind of it. So like there's the second hair, there's the arm cross toggle that was supposed to be for all four arms that was never put in. And then I think there was something else, but I can't remember what it is. Oh, the smoke. We talked about the smoke. The smoke on the arms got thrown out because that was another thing Rin couldn't figure out how to do. You're pushing VTuber tech here? I guess I was trying, but at the same time, I just wanted what I wanted. But at this point, it's Live 2D is dead to me, basically. Live 2D is dead to me if it can't properly do the things that I want it to do. All right, hold on. I'm closing this. And then I'm going to get VTube Studio open again. We need to fund rigging lessons. I don't know if people do like classes. I think there's some people that like sell like pre-rigged dummy models. Yeah, that's the thing. We're aiming for a 3D model. All right, hold on. Let me reconnect this one. All right, there we go. Okay. Hi, chat. How are you doing? Because like we have the like singular arm cross, but if I turn on the extra arms, they don't do anything. They literally do nothing. There's nothing I can do with these hands. I paid for things to happen with these hands. They don't do anything. Actually make some profit for the carnival. That's the goal. That's kind of the main reason I wanted to do the wheel. I got the idea from another homie and I was like, that's a really good idea. What if we made a community game list? And like every time we finished the like 500 thing on Ko-fi, we'd spin the wheel. I'd play the entire game. My complaint answered for. Wait, which complaint? We need. Oh, the thing I was talking about. The next model that's going to be in the planning is the summer outfit. We're getting swimsuit. And a couple other special things, special outfits and stuff mixed in with it. The thing is I want it to be a 3D model. I am tired of dealing with the overinflated cost of live 2D, of what it's become in like over the course of the last like 5 years, because it's gone up exponentially. I am not willing to spend $4,000 for rigging anymore. Will there be more eyes if I can squeeze them in, baby? The PSD? Which part? VR is very cheap. I don't want to get a specific VR model because those people are kit bashing with things like Vroid and stuff. I have an artist in mind and it's already the full cost. Well, not the full cost. The base price for his thing is cheaper than half the cost. They are cheaper than half the cost of the rigging for this model. And that includes tracking and stuff. And I could eventually get full body tracking because I flail my hands when I'm talking to y'all, chat. Wiggity wiggity whack. But I don't get to enunciate or point at things for y'all, which I would really like to do. Hi, Pippin. We had no preview of the model with that hair. Yeah, because it was never coming out. Because I couldn't fucking afford it. Because $300 to rig hair is a lot of money. That's a lot of meals. And you want to see the 3D space Marin right now? You want like like a space suit Marin? That'd be cool. That'd be kind of cool. Do something like an armored space suit. Okay, stick with me on this, chat. The day that we have a full release date for Star Citizen, I will start working on getting a 3D spacesuit model. Yeah, it's because Rin doesn't like doing hair. Hair is hard. It's like, it's another one of those things that I'm promising too. It's like, so what are the ones that we have promises that I'm going to try to do when games are announced? Star Citizen's finalized date. We'll try to get like an astronaut suit going for it. The next Cyberpunk game, I hope to have a Cyberpunk design by then. Huh? Well, I try to show y'all things that I want to release that like are going to come out. I don't want to show you something and then it just disappear into the background, Sunstar. The spacesuit, Nuka girl. You mean like the suits that like Vault Dwellers wear? Or oh no, you want like the retro cartoon. What does Nuka girl's outfit look like? No, we're not doing that. That's a crop top pants and high boots with a fucking dome helmet. No, that's a lame spacesuit. No, I want to make it cool. I want to make it cool. Zentreya levels of models. I don't think I would ever do what Zentreya does at a new model a month, because that's one, fucking insane. And two, I'd start paying the mods at that point. If I was making enough money to be able, the possibility to afford a fucking whole 3D model every month, I would be able to give the mods a living wage. Like, that's just plenty of money. Zentreya is rich, chat. Marin is financially okay-ish. Okay-ish? I live paycheck to paycheck. It's more like less than paycheck to paycheck. I'm just lucky I have a credit card. Whole Fun is doing the thing exactly like that. I would wear it. Listen. No, we're not doing the Nuka Girl outfit. Plus, I'm not that much into Fallout. It really wouldn't fit. Donated to enough chat schmo. Yeah, that feels tacky. I don't like, that's the thing. Y'all always tell me I need to advertise more. It feels tacky to advertise. All right, speedrun advertising real quick. Use code Dark Carnival. I actually do get a kickback on if you use code Dark Carnival over at GamerSups. VT Horizons. I do get a little bit of a kickback if you buy things from VT Horizons. I also get a little bit of a kickback if you buy any of the merch from Uwu Markets. Can I get exclamation merch in chat? Or you can donate to Ko-fi, and when we hit the $500 goal, we spin the wheel, which actually reminds me, I need to check. I want to see if Yakuza 0 is on the wheel, because I don't think we actually added it, and I do want to add it. I think right now on Ko-fi, we're at like, I think we're at 125 out of 500, I think is the deal. Right? Is that it? I want to say that's it. I want to say that's where we're at right now. Okay, let me see if Yakuza's in here. No, it is not. All right. I'm
What's
adding
your pleasure? What's your fear?
Yakuza 0. Because I have that game, and then we could potentially just keep adding in the other Yakuza games. Okay. Save that. Thank you for the subs, Penguin. It's always greatly appreciated for the subs. Sadly, it does not contribute to the wheel. It is only through the Ko-fi thing. That's also, if we actually hit the Ko-fi thing, like today, I can pay Izzy today. Hey, Claude. Claude got a gifted sub on that one. Hell yeah. Golf Girl Sock Sniffer. No, they're still here. I can pay Izzy today, and she can probably start working on it. She did mention something about how is she going to pay rent recently. So listen, if you also want to help Izzy with rent, push past the complaints about advertising. Damn classic. I mean, I feel bad sometimes when I do it because I don't want to be the person that's constantly talking about brand partnerships and shit. Thing too is I won't take any brand that I don't legitimately believe in. While Uwu Market may be slow, like I'm wearing my own hoodie right now. It's fucking comfortable, dude. I wear it every day. Subs or scams, gotta think of the percentage cut. If you don't know what the percentage cut is, imagine I get about 50%. I get about 50% of what you pay for a sub. I mean, the complaints of the preview stuff? True. If you eventually get to Yakuza 3, get the GOG version instead of the fuck-ass updated version on Steam. The new one removed... Okay, this is good to know. When we get there, Hyper, remind me. When we get there, remind me. I want to support Izzy or Ace. Okay, if you want to know what the cost that I owe Izzy right now is, it's $300. I have paid a quarter of the $400 design cost. There's $300 remaining on the design cost. Target gift subs like Sock Sniffer. You can do that, can't you? I'm pretty sure you can. If you want to give to like specific people, I'm pretty sure you can like search names, can't you? There's always like some fuck ass names out there on Twitch that are super fucking funny. Wait, did we? How did we devalue VIPs? I still feel like a valuable VIP because the fish. True. True. Oh, you can't do it on mobile? Okay, that makes sense. The thing is, listen to me, chat. Don't buy subs on mobile. I wish I was joking. This is the dumbest policy I've ever heard. Subs are a whole dollar more expensive on mobile than they are on desktop. It is, I believe it's $6.99 or is it $5.99 instead of $4.99? Not on mobile. Oh, right. And perpetually on mobile. Listen, that's totally fine. I think you can technically go to the like browser page if you load the stream up in browser and then go to sub there. $2. Okay, thank you. I just know it's more expensive to the point where I also know that there's some streamers that will have like a button at the bottom that will literally take you to the page where you can pay browser prices instead of mobile prices. I fashion framed Mari skin on Wisp last night. I love it. Oh no, you got the Mari Wisp skin? Oh no. How's your migraine after last night? Are you talking about when I was in Annie's stream watching the State of the Union address? Do we want to talk about it? Do we want to talk about it? We can talk about the State of the Union. I was fucking crashing out in Annie's chat. Oh my god. Oh my god. Apparently the union is cooked. It's straight lying. It was just straight up lying. There was not an ounce of truth in the whole fucking thing. He did beat the record. He beat the record of the last record being his own State of the Union from his first term. If you were there, which MP I'm pretty sure was there, and saw me absolutely fucking losing it in chat. I was so upset Andy didn't let me join, but it's Andy's stream and he has like other content creator friends. He was in a different server that I don't know of. Blah, 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 blah. It's totally fine. It's totally fine. I would have loved to do it. But at the same time, I'm not joking. I had family in the other room watching the State of the Union on Fox News. They were watching the Fox News broadcast of the State of the Union, and I could hear them in there talking about some of the things. And I promise you, they weren't talking about the same things I was talking about. They were, quote unquote, very happy. Hi, boiled bread.
Lovely gift from the beauty up front.
Thank you, Axio. Thank you for the 150. Jesus, my man. How could you be happy about that? They're not very smart. I wish I was joking. I was the first person. I am still the. Let me double check. Yeah, I am the first person on Mom Go Round's side of the family that got a college degree. I'm the first one ever. So if that gives you an idea, Annie's channel would have gotten nuked if you joined. I wasn't going to say anything terrible. What do you mean? Listen, Annie and Scott last night were saying just about the same stuff I was going to say. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. Also, I've been leaving the eyes on so that, who was it that redeemed it? Light got his eyes worth, so I'm going to turn them off now. There we go. Somehow that explains a fucking lot. First and possibly last. No, my sister's about to graduate. My sister's about to graduate, so it works out. It works out. My biological brother, not counting any other half brothers and stuff, dropped out of 2 universities. One was the university that I was going to at the time, and he just didn't go to class. He would just play hooky all the time and just like go to the campus gym or not go to the campus gym where he would take pre-workout and then get kidney stones because he didn't work out. Say it with me. House Minority Leader Mike Johnson. Oh yes, very much so. Me and Cisco Rounds are very much see eye to eye political wise. Yeah, so he was taking pre-workout, which is like extremely high in things like calcium and stuff. And then he wasn't working out. If you take pre-workout, guys, and like any like health supplements, you have to go work out because then it just crystallizes in your body. Is there ever good things to talk about at the Dark Carnival? I mean, we're getting closer to the character design being done. We're 150 away now. Although I'm kind of ignoring the fees. That'd be a little finagling there. Which I forget the Ko-fi fees. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, new outfit, baby. It's technically, chat, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to give you an idea. This design is effectively going to have 3 outfits in one. Well, hold on. I need to go send something to Izzy. Actually, let's wait a couple minutes just to make sure it's like in my PayPal. Wait, what did I study for? I have a degree in biology with a specialty in marine science. I have a biology degree entirely so that I can throw biology out the window with this character. Yeah, so if you ever hear me talking fish or chat asking me to talk about fish, I will. I will absolutely go unhinged on fish. Well, damn, the advertising worked, I guess. True. Although that also puts us what is that, $75? I wonder why it's not giving the percentage. Hold on, let me go check. I can go look at Ko-fi and give you all the percentage. Yoink, yoink, yoinkity yoink. Ko-fi. Oh. Because I think that puts us like $75 away. Oh, it only gives me percentages. Okay, so we're at 125 plus 3. I'm pretty sure it's $75. We're $75 away from the first wheel spin. And if we do a wheel spin today, we will be picking the game for next week. Give us marine biology fun fact. You gotta be more specific. I mean, the ocean is 70% of the fucking globe. Okay, is there anything you want in specific? Octopus? Octopi?
Well, look at you.
Abacaxi. Atomico? Damn. Atomico. There we go. Abacaxi Atomico. That's a hell of a name. Gulf of America, fun fact. No, Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico, fun fact. Let's go with the Texas Flower Garden. Off the coast of Texas, in case anybody doesn't know, there are, in fact, tropical waters. If you go about, I think it's like 40 miles off the coast, there is a shelf where it basically dips into deeper ocean that is essentially covered in some of the most colorful, vibrant coral available in the Caribbean. That is also dying. Clinically proves to have a chance of giving you dopamine. It gives me dopamine. Just put all of its V-Day stuff in 90% clearance and it's still not selling? Really? Huh. I went to the grocery store before, which is kind of part of the reason I was late today. I went to get peanut butter sandwich stuff. What was the other thing? Oh, and they had all their Easter stuff out. Oh, no, I'm not going to forget. I was actually about to do that right now. I think I need to go to PayPal to do it. Oh my God, I have the hiccups. Oh, Jesus. When did we change the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans to the American Oceans? That's not how that works. Okay, yeah, it looks like Ko-fi took about $13 out of it. Damn. American Western Ocean, American Eastern Ocean? Fucking stupid. Gearing to the holidays ahead of time? Always. I remember when Halloween decorations this year were showing up in fucking August. And I love Halloween. I absolutely love Halloween. Don't give the orange ideas. He can't actually change the Gulf of Mexico. It's still the Gulf of Mexico. No matter how often they say it or write it down, it'll always be the Gulf of Mexico. It will always be the Department of Defense, no matter how much they call it the Department of War. They can't legally change it. We're the global hegemony, man. We apparently can just fucking do anything now. Well, I wouldn't say always. In recent centuries, we've been the global hegemony. And the thing is apparently American politicians, or at least people in power, cannot fucking fathom the idea that everybody fucking hates us, or the idea that other countries wouldn't want to have like military bases all over the world. The US is the only fucking country that does that. Do you have a dedicated Halloween store? Do you mean like a local one, or do you mean like a Spirit Halloween? like calling it the Department of War. I mean, yeah, it's more honest, but it's not legitimately named that because they have to pass that through Congress. What do you mean, Hypnomouse? Do you mean just like, does my city have a like dedicated Halloween store? Like okay, yeah, we get spirits. My city gets multiple spirits, multiple spirit Halloweens. Access for a strike in Iran. Saw that this morning. Okay, good. Good. Kofi won't let you donate. Why won't Kofi let you donate? What are you writing, Spectre? What are you up to? Up to no good? Up to trouble? Okay. But yeah, we're $75 away from the first wheel spin, and whatever game we'll land on, we'll play it next week. Up. Which we have like... Oh, I can't even count. Let's do it this way then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46. 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 games. Okay. I returned from a 2-year hiatus. Holy shit, Keto. Welcome back from the dead. It keeps buffering. Wait, I feel like we had that issue before. Didn't we have that issue with Kofi like way back when we first made it? Euro has more value than the dollar? Good. Good. We really don't like the US, specifically your politicians. I don't like the US either. I think we fucking suck, dude. The only... Oh. Okay, no, that was the timer thing going off. I was like, why did that bar come down? Help me with Kofi and stream elements and shit? That makes sense. With a stolen Team Rocket uniform and a gun? Where did you get the gun? The only thing that's good about America is its diversity. And for some reason, the people in power think it's a bad thing.
Look at you.
I will never understand, as a kid, growing up, being told that there is value in the diversity that America offers, the amount of immigrants, the amount of people that came here to make it the melting pot that it is, only to grow up now and the white fucks in power are saying the exact opposite. It makes no sense. I can't imagine being told the exact same things that I was told as a kid, and somehow we ended up with white nationalists. It makes no sense. No fucking sense. I grew up in rural Texas. Rural fucking Texas. My graduating class in high school was 115 people. If you like diversity, just see Brazil. Yeah. And then there's the fucking schmucks that like lie and say diversity is the downfall of countries. Motherfucker, the countries that have the highest amount of diversity and allow the highest amount of immigrants in are the ones doing the best. They always give dumb as shit examples too. Like they'll say like Mexico is for Mexicans. Motherfucker, do you know that Libyans are there? Chinese people are there? Like Mexico is extremely diverse. Fucking Al Pastor is not originally Mexican. It's Libyan. Fun fact, chat. Fun fact. Al Pastor came from Libyans that moved to Mexico. It's not that confusing. It's just basically a Spanish name for a Libyan dish. Should have treated the Confederates like we did Nazi Germany, won't lie. We also did not fucking treat Nazi Germany right. We did not appropriately react to Nazi Germany. We failed to treat the Confederacy as they should have, and we failed to treat Nazi Germany as they should have. Project Paperclip should have never happened. Every single one of them should have had a trial and been executed for their crimes. That's just my take. Project Paperclip should have never fucking happened. Diversity is the downfall of supremacists that only respect their own culture. Yeah, except supremacists barely have a culture most of the time. most people that have like, especially white supremacists of any kind, it could be any kind of like white European or anything like that. The culture that they want to protect is fucking nothing. Go ask a British supremacist, like one of those schmucks that's like, it's our country, all that other shit. And like carry around the like white and red flag all the time. Didn't Japan thrive when they were isolated for like 200 years? Their isolation for 200 years, though, was also the like peak of their like war eras. It was basically the unification of Japan. And no, Japan didn't really thrive that much. I would argue Japan didn't thrive until post World War II. And even then, Japan does have a like supremacy problem. Defeating diversity. Yes, he did. Yes, he was very proud about defeating DEI last night. Only we Dutch got to them. Yeah. There was little. What was it? It wasn't little. Was it Little Amsterdam? I think it was Little Amsterdam. Basically, Japan built like a small island and then built it to look exactly like Amsterdam of the time period, so that Dutch traders would stay on the island, and they could just go to the island if they wanted to trade with Dutch people. Oh, it's not even just bars. Like it's kind of understandable if a person like doesn't speak English or isn't willing to like try and engage with people. That's fine. I'm not going to argue if there's like a serious language barrier and it's way too difficult. I won't blame people for that. Like if you can't even understand any English to the point where somebody coming in and just going highball or some shit like that, that's fine. That's whatever. It is when it starts to get the kind of racy tones that you can really be concerned about. Also true. They didn't bring missionaries. Spain, Portugal, England, kind of just those main three. All three of those were prone to bringing missionaries on all of their ventures to other countries because they fucking suck. Talking about in Japan? Yeah. Hi, Vapor. Jesus, 30 stream streak? Deserve more praise? True. The thing is, too, is one thing that I realized is like, yeah, we're working on moving to Norway, but I feel like my ultimate goal, weirdly enough, where like affordability is going and where like the future is looking bright, is really in East Asia. Oddly enough. A bad habit of learning impractical languages and only partially learning usable ones. True. I always have a hard habit when I'm like learning languages. I skip the ones that want you to speak aloud. I always skip those questions or those quizzes that's like, all right, now say the thing. So I never get any like verbal practice in. We need to make multiple languages the normal. Yes, I agree. I completely agree. I am very upset that I was never taught a second language. Like in Texas, I don't know if it's in any other states, you don't start learning a second language until high school. Specifically, junior year, aka your second year in high school out of 4. 2 years before you're set to graduate is when you finally start being taught a second language. As if they were normal people. That feels like the equivalent of being like, I don't see color. Okay, well, you kind of should to understand like people's backgrounds and stuff. But that doesn't mean you have to treat them differently. I only got Spanish. We literally only had Spanish. We had French like the year before I got to have a foreign language class. But the one teacher that was teaching it stopped teaching it. He was like a math teacher that was teaching French. And he was not getting paid extra by the school and decided it wasn't worth it and told him to go fuck themselves with the French course. Native English speakers also suck at understanding basic English. Correct. Impractical. Salagi, Cherokee, Irish traditional, Old Norse, Mando, Klingon, you fucking dork. Usable ones, German, Japanese, French, Italian, Greek, Spanish. Yes. Or Mandarin. You can also learn Mandarin. CA was the same 30 years ago. CA as in like California? Talking about like the year you start doing foreign language courses. Can we learn Klingon in the carnival? No. No, we will learn useful languages here at the carnival to allow in more guests. Additional guests. I would actually like to learn multiple languages. I need to get back on that. I would like to re-pick up Spanish. I took 3 years of Spanish and nothing stuck. Mandarin is the go-to. Yeah, I'd like to learn Spanish. I'd like to learn Mandarin, of course, Norwegian. Norse. Those are kind of my top lists. Maybe German someday too. But I do know China also. I think it was in like the 90s, 80s or 90s. China actually made what is effectively a like revision to the Mandarin language to make it more palatable to foreigners, to make it much easier to learn. I can't remember what it was called though. It has a name. Here, let me see real quick. Easier Mandarin language. What was it called? What was the revised? Was it Revised Mandarin Chinese Dictionary? 94. I think it was basically simplified, but there's a Chinese word for it. Jiangtizi doesn't sound right. Potongwa? Is that it? No. Common speech. That doesn't feel like the word I remember hearing. They call the revised language orange? Shut the fuck up. All right. I tried learning German. A German I knew said, why learn Spanish? Yeah, that makes sense. I was gonna say, Spanish is very useful. In the case of like where Spanish is spoken, you could probably find people, of course, Spain, but like the entirety of the world south of the United States speaks Spanish, except for like Brazil. Brazil is Portuguese. But you could probably also find people there that speak Spanish, I'm sure. Probably, right? I'd say, here, actually, let's look this up. Most useful languages. Those are business languages. Is that what I want? No, native speakers. Let's do that. Okay, list. Number 1, Mandarin Chinese. Next one, Spanish, English, Hindi, Portuguese, Bengali, Russian, Japanese. Really, I'm surprised Japanese is so high up there. Western Punjabi, Vietnamese, Yu Chinese, Turkish, Egyptian Arabic, Wu Chinese. Okay, so basically your top 3 are Mandarin, Spanish, and English. Those would be your best friends if you're wanting to get around the world. Followed right after by Hindi. But yes, it looks like English, comparing the number of native speakers to English to Mandarin speakers, there are about 3 times more native Chinese speakers than there are native English speakers. Learn Finnish, Basque, and Japanese. Basque? What is that? 0 help knowing any other languages, no freebies. Other countries in South America, and of course, Brazilians that know Spanish. Yeah, that's what I figured. I would say there's too many countries around Brazil for them likely not to have a significant Spanish population. Not the goodness, not the iPad. All right, chat. Is anybody else going to be donating before we get into the game? I have the wheel open. I'm going to put the wheel away. Nobody's going to throw the 75 left, right? Right? Closing the wheel. Last chance. Okay, wheel's closed. Wait, why did it sign me out of PayPal? What the fuck? All right. Force all the politicians to draw on iPads. Easy. Listen, the things you got to do, okay? It's fine. It's fine. Okay, let me do this real quick. Oh, who's messaging me? Okay. Oh, right. Toxic Commandos. Okay. Okay. Let me do this. Where's the old send money button? I hate the new formats. There it is. Send money. But those language I listed are ones I know a chunk of. I also know a little Mandarin and Hindi, but not enough to say I learned anything from it. True. Yes. What can I do for you? The more money, the more fun. Listen, you never know. Okay. Do that, and then do that. Sent. Bad community idea, have chat teach you a language? Ooh. All right, chats. Well, what language would you have me learn? What the fish name is? Yeah, I can check it. Give me a second. I have to wait for Sunstar to stop fishing. Ramalan? What is that? No, not Esperanto. We're not doing Esperanto. We are absolutely not doing Esperanto. We're not doing the language white man made. Okay, Sunstar, 49,000. Beef, 31,000. Tuca, 6,000. The red versus blue reference right itself? Wait, is that mentioned in fucking red versus blue? If anybody doesn't know what Esperanto is, it was a seemingly universal language made by a bunch of white dudes who essentially made a language that was like a fusion of like Spanish, English, German, blah, 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 that they wanted to turn into a universal language, but it was really only easy for Europeans. That was it. It was only easy for Europeans. Everybody else struggled with it, and it was really stupid. Well, you already know English US, so why not learn English UK? Am I going to take the lift? Is that what the problem is, Sunstar? Is it because I'm not taking the lift? Season 15, Donut wanted to learn Spanish so we could speak to Lopez. Their Spanish-speaking robot, he learned Esperanto instead. Ooh. Get married to the loo? The loo like the toilets? That's what you mean? Or English Canada if you prefer? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I already have English parentheses Texas. I already use y'all unironically. To the point where it's literally like a part of my fucking vocab, and I'll type it into things. I'll put y'all and I'll be like, oh, this sounds too much like a Texan. And I'll go back and I'll put you all and I'm like, oh, that looks gross. First Japanese class. Ooh. Hey, that Texan is technically a language. Is it? You should mix it up by saying use. Use guys gots it. Wait, isn't use like more like Brooklyn? Hey, Yugs. Brooklyn Rage. Canada's gonna be the fifth. Isn't it like, is it Alberta? What was the one that they wanted to take? I promise you it's not gonna happen. Canada will steamroll us and burn down the White House again. You should burn down the White House again, Canada. Oh, that's the Wheel of Punishment. And to think, I closed the wheel a minute ago. You fucking bitch. All right, let's put you away. Punishment wheel. Spin, spin, spin. International Academic Conference, all the technical words. No word for doorknob. Ew. Oh, fuck, I gotta do burpees. Oh, man, it always fucks up my hair. All right, well, I messaged Izzy. And I sent Izzy the money, so we'll see what happens. Want to do another spin? Which spin? Like this, I'm pretty sure Wheel of Punishment goes on cooldown for a while. I'm pretty sure. If y'all want to spin, listen, I would like to do the spin on the wheel because it is always helpful. Do it, Isis. Here, I'm gonna do the burpees really quick, and we have like 3 minutes until the ad break. So give me a second. I'm gonna have to take my headphones off, and my hair's gonna get frizzy while I do this. Oh, I don't think the chair's far enough away. All right, let's do this. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Okay. Whew. Oh, so Isis was gonna go for the fucking Wheel of Punishment. Whew. Marin go bunny suit win? All right, hold on a second. Where is it? Whew. I hate burpees. Squats. Ah. There you go. You're moving like this? Christ. All right. Now I gotta do 20 squats. Y'all are fucking assholes. Okay. Yeah, Faye designed that. Tights? There's no tights. Can I have that in the art channel? Sure, hold on a second. Let me get it. I'll put it in the fan art channel. Whew. I mean, I have quite a few from Faye. Also, the ad break starting in like 10 seconds. Like, we have this old thing. Doink. All right. Let me do this. Wrong thing. Let me get the game actually open for y'all. I'm still winded from the burpees. God, I'm pathetic. Why does my belly button hurt? All right, come on, game, load. Okay, there we go. Pathetic. Oh my God. So cube-like. Oh no. All right, let's do these squats. No one likes cardio? Cardio sucks, dude. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. All right. Whew. Okay. We'll get into the game right after this. Wow, that was a fast level complete. Huh. Y'all sure post a lot of dicks in the in the not safe for work page. Okay. Y'all clip the use guys over there. What else would you want? What do you mean? What else would I want? For the not safe for work page? I don't know. Honestly, couldn't tell you. Could not tell you. That's up to y'all. I'm not the only. I barely post in the not safe for work. I just scroll it to see what the hell y'all are posting. A lot of furries in there. A lot of furries. All right, we still got a minute and a half. God damn. God damn. All right. More giant women in the not safe for work tab. Go, 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 go. Listen, you could. You could. I'm not stopping you. I'm not stopping you. All right. All right, let's see if we can get this next level. South Korea's 21. UN's 5. Or no, that was the EU flag. Come on. Nepal's 14. Morocco's 9. It keeps showing 11 over and over. Oh, I missed 3. Got that one at least. Was that 39 and 14? Nice. Oh no, that wasn't it. 66 is the tree looking one, but I don't remember where the other one was. Where is the other South Korea, goddammit? Oh, bitch. Somebody just ripped it. I missed 36 flipping around. One more chat. Okay, nice. Nice, 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 nice. Good, India. One has horrible atrocities against God and evil beyond comprehension with the egomaniacs and freaks. The others are furries. Oh, no. All right. Alrighty, we did good. We did good on that one. All right, we can put this away. We're going to stop the music. Let me check a thing. Oh, good Lord. Beef is already posting fan cams of Leon. Kennedy, of course. All right. Back. That's a little loud. I'm gonna turn that down just a bit. Okay. Yoink. All right, chat. Welcome to Crystal, Theater of Dolls. I don't know the plot to this game, so we're writing it for the first time together. New game. Oh. Receive greater resources. Your foes will be less lethal. A gentler road to learn the ways of the sun without falling into despair. Penitent. Standard experience. Players begin to grow more dangerous. With resources distributed fairly, here the true test of faith begins. Expect no mercies. Enemies are bloodthirsty beasts. Your weapon may slay you. If you offer more than you can bear, you will be able to save your soul only manually. And then custom. Chats. Do we baby back a bitch? I have no idea how hard this game is. We're legally obligated to do penitent, right? Martyr? We are not doing... Okay, 20 gifted subs and I'll do martyr. 20 gifted subs and I'll do martyr. You get 2 minutes. You get 2 minutes to think about it. What the fuck did you just call me? What the fuck did you just call me, Lucian? Actually, you could do donos. So 20 gifted subs, cash-wise, would be 100? Yeah, that would be 100. Wuss! Okay. I think I'm just gonna strangle Lucian. You can't. What's the thing that teenagers used to, or at least what kids used to do when I was like a teenager? No balls? Is that what it is? Is it the no balls? All right, there's Tim.
What you fear? A lovely gift from the beauty out front.
Fuck. Okay. Okay, that'll do it. Also, we need to do something else real quick. All right, hold on. Hold your horses. Oh, where is it? Oh, wait, I had one open already. Hold on a second. Chat, that's our first bounty wheel. Oh, god damn it. Come back here. Reach the gold! Yippee! All right, that also puts it, I believe, 25 over. So let me make sure I set a new one. Starting amount is 25. Start new goal. Okay. Change that, change that. And then let me bring up the wheel. Because this gets spun more infrequently. Subs in these trying times? Listen, it's fine. All right, let's do this. Oh my god, wait, I'm getting hot. Jesus, I don't want to take my hoodie off though. Spin, spin, spin. All right, what are we playing? Oh. Firewatch, okay. All right, Sensor, write that one down for me just so I don't forget. I'll pick it up after stream today and we will play it next week. All right. Yeah, Thief is on here. We played Thief a little bit before, but this time we'll actually... Well, do we want to restart it? I think we're still on like the first or second mission of the game. We'll think about it if we roll Thief. There's no telling how long it's going to take us to get through these games. Because even then, some of these games, when they're done, is just going to turn into like the sequel game. Like Psychonauts or... probably Metal Gear Rising will turn into a different Metal Gear game. I mean, we have Metal Gear Rising over here, and then we have Metal Gear Snake Eater over here. Yeah, we only did a couple missions. I was kind of enjoying it. It's a very classic game. The thing is, though, is we also were playing The new Sticks game sometime soon. It may be next week. I was going to do it next week, but now Firewatch needs to be squeezed in. So I'm trying to see, because like right now on the list are like Outlast Trials, Reanimal, now Firewatch, which means we only have like one day that is possibly up in the air. That's because Snake Eater is the best Metal Gear Solid game? Really? Huh. Interesting. All right. But yeah, if you want to spin the wheel more or risk us playing through all of these games, gotta donate. Gotta donate. But now we're already at 5% of the next one, so that's pretty good. All right. And now I also have to do the hardest mode. Oh, fuck. Okay. And there's going to be no autosave, so I have to try to save frequently. Okay, this is just the loading screen.
What is life? A frenzy. What is life?
Oh, no, it's in Spanish.
An illusion, a shadow, a fiction. The greatest good's but little, when this life is but a dream. And dreams are only dreams.
I'm wondering if I should move the chat at some point to the top right corner instead of the bottom right.
My faithful warrior,
The sun?
times are upon us, and I will need your blade once more.
Once more?
Do not waver.
Hope your days go well. Was just on Instagram, found the Snickers clip, loving the hair for the model. Well, thank you. I know folks have been liking the Snickers clip. Ominous.
Sea of storms stands a cathedral where my presence is no longer welcome.
Is the sun an actual person, or is this like a priest speaking through, well, speakers? Tides.
Embrace
Look at those lips.
legacy and cast out the
He's so
evil
pretty.
that was there
Sanguinius, is that you?
chains. May the light of the sun reign now and forevermore. Peace on.
Oh. Oh, hello. Oh, we have a ring. Wait a minute. This is Ark Survival Evolved. Wakes up on beach. Wait a minute. I'm back on the fucking island again. Is that? Oh, it's the dead Auric. No, wait, no, it's not.
Why am I here? How did I end up in this place?
It has a tail. Is it literally a sea cow? What the fuck? Wow, really setting the mood. Legally distinct son of God? Oh no. I can also see the focal point of the screen effect right now. Oh! The visions!
Now I remember. My lord brought me here to fulfill his will. I must find that cathedral as soon as possible.
Do I want to sprint though? Okay. Ah, yes, the yellow paint. Fantastic. The anchor. I have a lot of curiosity right now about the world building for this game. Observe. Okay, observing. Crab. Is that all? I guess that is just in fact observing. Just look at it.
Seriously? I really hate the water.
It's wet. Oh, but the water is really clear. No, this is Bioshock. Getting a lot of Bioshock flashbacks. That's people keep saying it's Spanish Bioshock. What is that? Is that those tools making that sound?
I wonder if anyone at the church will miss me.
I mean, maybe? Possible. New Worlds? What do you mean, New Worlds? Oh, who remembers the one ghosts, the Banishers? That was it. I thought Banishers was kind of neat, but at the same time, like... it felt kind of clunky, and I wasn't super invested in it. And I usually like spooky-ish RPGs.
Let us hope that it holds.
I don't think that's usually where you're supposed to put buoys, especially considering they're more inland than the already crashed fishing boats. There's a lot of crashed fishing boats here. And of course, a bobbing dinghy right there. Oh, no, no.
That was close.
That feels like foreshadowing. Hi, Sora. Enjoy your gifted sub. All right. Chat, is this what I needed to do? Did I need to like antagonize y'all into more subs and stuff? Is that what it is? Have I not been incentivizing y'all enough? Y'all have been spoiling me this week. Is that what it is? Do I need to just start doing the veggie thing of like, all right, y'all want something funny? 10 gifted subs. Mine has been going really well. We just paid for the design of the summer outfit. Bioshock? Yes, my biology was pretty shocking. Why do you think I changed? Oh my god. Oh, that was weird. Okay. I like stagecoaches. We need more stagecoaches.
It is huge.
Oh, is this the cathedral? There are anchors on top of it. Wait a second. Are these stagecoaches or are these motorized? No, they're not. They're not motorized. Damn, we need to bring back stagecoaches. More often you just refuse to listen? I'm sorry, Lucian. I'll do it more often. Because then it benefits the show in the long run. It means we get to get more stuff every month. Hold F. Okay, hold F. Oh. Oh. I kind of like the UI in this. It's a cutscene now. It went straight into a cutscene.
There it is. The prison of the Lord of the Sea.
Okay, so I do have schizophrenia.
No doubt about it. It is the very same cathedral from my visions.
Prologue. That's a gorgeous cathedral.
The path is blocked. I will have to find another way around.
Oh, is it? It's 3 feet high at most. Nope, nothing. Shell, you dingus, shell. All right, go buy VT Horizon stuff. Especially if you like, here, let me just do the. Anything. Brother has grandpa ankles, apparently. I also don't have any weapons right now, so. That's a fish head. A giant fish head. And the sun head. Oh no. Oh, these stands are super cute. Aww. They look oddly like the booths when we looked at the was it Frankfurt? It was a German Christmas market. Oh my god, money! Silver bowls. High quality silver coins. One side shows a mythological beast, the other reads, Hail Tormentosa by the grace of the sea. Wait, that's the bullfish thing. The one that was dead on the beach. We know it's not mythological. It was there at the beginning of the game. What? Oh, I can move it. Ooh. That's a interesting choice. Doll. bottles. Who left the cheese out? Wait, somebody's sleeping here. Huh. I mean, I guess when you get prime location outside of the local cathedral, why they make it look so evil, kind of? Ooh. Okay, that's a really cool gate. Out of curiosity, has anybody here played World of Warcraft during the Battle for Azeroth expansion? Specifically, who remembers the Coltirans? This feels like something out of the like Coltiran home city. There's more mascot heads. Hey, that's a classic hat. There's the bull. Where is everyone? Festival lights collapsed. Beautiful town, though. Oh, that's the bullfish thing. Hello? Again, though, these all look like broken wooden dolls or something. What is it, Tuka? I was like, what is this thing? I saw that it was like cut up. I was like, is this another one of the bulls? I'm eating a birthday cake. Whose birthday cake? Hi, Lazarus. Thank you for the follow. Is it a kelping? That's definitely like, well, it's more like a seahorse. It has the ridges of a seahorse. But like a very literal seahorse. Okay, is this one also supposed to be mythological? Great Flamenco Night, Friday the 23rd, 8 p.m. at Tablao Zafiro.
I have seen battlefields before, but never one without corpses. Something is not right.
Oh god, the flashing lights. Tormentosa, April Fair and celebrations. Little sibling's birthday cake? Wow, it's today's Scotty's birthday. It's also Ganon's birthday. And it's your little sibling's birthday? Crazy. Wait, today is February 25th. What is that? July? All your parents go fucking in July? They did it on vacation, didn't they? Opheotar Fighting Plaza celebrating the fair and festivities. Wait, that's the bull. 1981 main festivities. Is it 1981? I mean, oh, that is the truck right there. So there were carriages outside, but there's trucks in here. Although these trucks have the design more of like a 50s or 60s vehicle. I love the aesthetic so much. Hello? Ooh. Don't mind if I do. Okay. Wait, what did that say? The Villa Del Mar. The House of the Sea? I think I'm way off on that. Aw, the little three-wheel. Those are things pierce through the doll. That's not good. Oh, I thought that highlight was something that I could pick up. But what is up with all the things crashed into here? Okay. Well, oh. Okay, I can just...
I do not know who or what did this, but I cannot allow it to set foot in España.
España.
Emilio went to the cathedral alone. I'm not leaving him behind.
Hello?
I'm not wasting any more time. Every second counts.
Yes, we did in fact just rob a store. We've robbed about 3 at this point. The floor is just shattered in these places. That's not good. Hello? Just hold F. It's not even budging. Just the cycling.
Damn! It's them!
Hold it right there!
Damn, girl, you're caked up. What the fuck?
She looked terrified.
Why were they so meaty? Wait a goddamn second. Hi, Pip, then. Oh, thank you, Pip, then. Where you go without that booty? Oh, there's a chest here. Yoink. Oh, it's more bulls. I wonder what we're going to be able to spin those on. Hello? Oh, this felt like it was... Oh, okay. Oh, you have 2 heads. Can I do a save? How do I save? Oh, there's only load game? Maybe I'm not expected to die or anything during the prologue. No!
I have a bad feeling about this.
Oh, where did you come from? Okay, right click doesn't seem to do anything. Blood everywhere. The anchor. They killed the booty lady. Like, I didn't get any extra interface. He just pulled out the fucking Ruger. Please don't get thrown back.
Hello? Angela? There? Come on. Wake up already. You're starting to freak me out. Angela, stop fooling around. I swear I'm gonna lose my marbles.
This is Captain Gabriel Escudero. Do you copy?
Gabriel.
Captain, huh? Who are you, little soldier? And where's Angela?
I am afraid she is gone. All I found was her radio.
She was my favorite. Damn statues.
Statues?
And you. Better get out of there. Or you'll be pushing daisies too.
Ha! Pushing daisies.
What did she mean by statues?
Oh. Oh. Why are the statues? Oh, that sucks. Why are they coming to life? They don't have like any machine parts or anything in them.
Gabriel, have you given up already?
No, God. Yes, God.
Or your faith goes?
Whatever
No,
you
my
say,
lord.
God.
I just need another
Who are you
chance.
talking to? God? Is he telling you to kill everyone? Yes, that's not God. That's Satan. Hi, Satan. Hi, boys. The Outlast mannequins? Well, I mean, Outlast mannequins is only like one woman.
Please.
That statue like snapped into being animated. It like broke.
Yes, my lord! Grant me your power! Bless me with your blood!
What in the anime fuck is this? Okay, I don't like those grunts. I think the VA could have done better. Space to reload. Oh, the spikes in the hand. Okay. Oh, come on. Oh, I actually have to do space to reload. I don't like that. Okay, hold on a second. Controls. Key bindings. Is R used for anything? No. Let's reload holds. We're gonna get multiple weapons? Ooh! Alright, yeah, I'm gonna change that. Okay. Well, I guess the statues are now gonna be a problem. Apparently God is real in this case, so I guess we get God's blessing throughout the game. I don't think I'm gonna trust things that are covered up, especially that statue. Also, hold on a second. No, I don't want it inverted. How do I change? Is there really no gameplay? Gameplay. I'm actually gonna turn you up a little bit. Okay. Okay, that's not bad. Again, though, there's like toys and stuff everywhere. Blood for the blood gods. It's my blood. My blood only. Okay. Ooh. Oh, yes. Now I'm anemic. Oh, did I get turned into a vampire after partially dying? Is that what this is?
Look at that beast. Reclaim it.
I have to eat the weird, almost mannish-faced pig, apparently. Just looking. Hi, Kono. Oh, okay. My health was much lower than it was actually supposed to be.
Its life flows inside me.
Yo, cool boots.
I can feel it.
Oh, hold F to absorb blood from dead animals. The body will disappear after you absorb it. So try not to waste. Okay. I already forgot. It was F, right? Oh, okay. Now it's only showing me specific ones. Tomatoes. Definitely Spain. And do I have to hobble until I find... Doesn't look like there's any over here. Come on, I'm only 2 bars away from full. Maybe that pig on the thing? You? No, it doesn't seem like it's you. Bag of potatoes. I wonder why they killed all these pigs. There's got to be a reason they killed all the animals in this town, right? Ooh. Okay, I'd rather go try to break that. Tire swing. Slurp the pig blood. I can only do it to certain ones. Like, and most of these are just piles. Oh.
We'll need something a bit more.
Okay, that is multiple grunts and sounds just over the top.
Sharp.
Yeah, the voice acting is leaving a little to be desired, but so far I'm really enjoying the ambiance. E to attack with your knife. If timed correctly, your slash can also block. Ooh! Wait, you will need to find the sharpener's motorbike to repair it. Lose your ability with use, becomes completely worn down. Huh. Oh boy, chickens. But why are all these chickens already featherless? Leave the monastery. Okay. Now I'm guessing we can go this direction.
Incredible. I have never felt so alive.
I'm pretty sure we're a vampire now. I'm not gonna lie.
Path is clear.
Hello? I kind of wish the door was interactable instead of just like having to push my way into it. There's a statue right there. You think that's gonna come to life? There it is. Oh god, there's two of them. I wish the headshot. I'm trying to figure out body shot. Oh, okay, so body shots are better. Oh, oh, no, it's not. Okay, so it seems to want, like, to destroy two body parts. So maybe destroying head and torso is the easiest. Okay. There's no animals around here, are there? I don't think that was footsteps. I think that was the rain sounds. Okay. Did not miss leg day. Leg day is Monday and Friday, please and thank you. Today was back and chest day. I like back day. Back day is probably my favorite. Although I'm starting to get frustrated with my arm days at the gym. Because it feels like I go on arm days, I get like a really good pump and I'm like, damn, I think I like my arms where they're at. So maybe I'll just try to maintain it. And then like a couple days later, I'll look at my arms and be like, Jesus Christ, I need to do arms better. I feel like I got spaghetti arms at times. Okay, I'm guessing I'm gonna get like save game later because Jello. I swear I recognize that bust from somewhere. It looks like a character from Dishonored. The legs when they get Marin? What? They're gonna get me. They're gonna get me. I am very curious to see the monsters besides the statues that are going to be in this game. Ooh, what are you? Ooh, just free blood. Well, thick shimmering liquid. The label claims it's a medical compound that rapidly regenerates blood and heals wounds in seconds. That's crazy. Plasmarine syringe. Huh. Wait, what was the button? I missed the button for it. What was the button? Q for heal. C. C. Also, what the fuck is up with these babies? They also have fish ears. Man, their aesthetics are a little weird in this game. I hit E again. Free Blood, Free Bird remix. Oh, God. I've successfully bred critically endangered species. Contact the local newspaper. Oh, shit. Hi. Okay, so yeah, I'm thinking... There's another one. I hear you, motherfucker. Get in here. Y'all hear him, right? That's not just me. Oh, okay, never mind. It's just rain falling on the wood. Okay. Whew. Bastards. Bastards. I wonder where that statue came from, though. Ooh, noises. Money. Okay. Is that singing? Yeah, how many times do you think they made the...
Peekaboo! Still alive?
Thanks to the sun.
Ooh, a sun buddy. Looks like we're on the same team. By the way, name's Mediodia.
You, a servant of the sun. If that is true, then help me reach the Cathedral of the Sea.
I could?
Daddy said you love each other very much. Shut up, Sunstar.
I don't think that's such a great idea.
Do not call me that. Just tell me how to get
Wait,
there.
what did she call him? I
The
missed
rest
it.
is my business. Got it?
Sun buddy? Is that what she said?
Song. Fine, fine. Rio Seco's just a short stroll away. Follow the canal. It'll take you straight to the cathedral. Piece of cake. But seriously, Gabe, you should swing by the hideout first.
I said do not call me that.
Oh, Gabe. Okay.
Never mind. Thanks for
She
the help.
said Gabe, yeah. Wow. Lucian, you were one of the people that watched Lord of the Mysteries with me, right? Right? I forget who else watched Lord of the Mysteries with me. But I'm getting, for some reason, so far for the world building, I'm getting the vibes of Lord of Mysteries. Which is like the sun being a religion and then like the tides, because like this town is all tide themed. We know the cathedral is like part of it. Just a stack of money on top. Crazy. Yes, this is my first time playing. This game came out like... There's a pig right there that we can use to reload. Okay, I'm guessing we're going in there, so... Oh, it has a tail. What the fuck is with the animals here? Why is everything like part sea creature? Might as well, because I don't think we're coming back this direction. Oh, whale pit. Yeah, it has like the seams of a whale. Yeah, yeah, I did. Because we use blood as ammo. If you see my health bar above us, and then you see the tin underneath, that's how many bullets I have in the gun. I reload by spending my health to do it. Somebody was eating here. Specifically canned food. Which means somebody was likely hiding in here. Why is the canal empty?
This must be the river that girl mentioned.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Especially with how much kind of just junk is in it. Innsmouth. It does give Innsmouth vibes too. How's Catholic Bioshock? Kind of cool. I don't know if it's exactly Catholic. It feels more like... Ah, there you are. It was like, I hear you. Okay, so it takes about 7 shots to kill one of those. 7 to 8 shots. Oh, oh my god. That one took 9. Chat has also forced me to play this game on the hardest difficulty, so I ain't risking shit. It is. We use our blood to reload. So the handle has spikes in it that jut out when we reload. Okay, we got some chickens there. That's fine. The thing is, though, because we're playing the highest level, it won't stop us from sucking our blood away to death. Is that the sharpener's spike, I wonder? Gasoline. Ooh. To turn on the motorcycle and sharpen your knife. Each time you use the sharpener's motorbike, your knife regains full durability. Okay. Just same old gasoline. Hello? Knife's already full durability. Okay, so I can just keep the gasoline. Going up. Oh, you're right. Let's go. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think we can still go outside and check. Let's go see. Oh, wait. No. It disappeared. Dove. Okay. Remind me next time we see a chicken. Padre Aurora. Obedience. Shotgun. Get your prize. Come and try your aim at the Mar de Tiris. Sawed-off shotgun. All right, guess we're going to look for that. Wait. Mar de Tiros. Okay. Wait a second. Is that the Sea of Tiros? Or the Sea in Tiros? Sea of. Hey, look. It's a carousel version of the seahorse we saw earlier. Which means, I'm guessing we're gonna come up on, like, a fairground. Oh, Jesus! Holy shit! I was not expecting him to lunge that far. That hurt. Oh my god. Okay, so note to self. Hit E to try and parry that shit. Oh, hell yeah, give me that. Okay, that does a lot more than just a little bit of blood.
This can't be happening. Somebody wake me up already.
Hello?
I saved the lives of all my family. My kids. My wife. I didn't even have time to say goodbye. Padre Arroyo says that the cathedral is a safe place, that the sea will protect us within its walls.
Why is it's in all capitals?
I need to believe him.
You ended up losing a lot? Yeah, and it's really hard too, because we can't save right now. Because hard mode doesn't let you save. At least in the prologue, like, there's no save button. And apparently the hard mode we're playing does not have autosave. Which likely means my current best friend... Hey, yo, buckets of beer? Cute little, like, servant dinner table. That's what this feels like, at least. I like that it's like a fucking wobbly conch shell. Okay. At least you do get rewarded with money whenever you go searching in places. Explosive barrel. Listen, my game sense tells me not to trust big red barrels. Like, okay, that explains why. Come on, guys. Oh, no. Okay. Oh, no, it's only one of them. Okay, that was my last bullet. I'm glad that worked. Ooh. Electricity. Cable. That's a corpse. Huh. Outfit goes with the game? Yes, yes it does. Because everybody knows red, gold, and black is the best color combination. We got another dead seahorse. You know what? Yeah. I'm kind of scared to find out that, like, after, like, the prologue's, like, all the same. Or, and we're gonna end up having, like, a massive difficulty spike after the prologue. Ever played Amnesia? I have not. I've watched so much of Amnesia. If I open this and some motherfucker comes out of it, I swear to fucking Christ. Oh, thank God. Okay. A gun like that? Listen, it'd be really fucking cool. You know what? Make a spell slinger, Hectic. They do thaumaturgy, but it's the gun that basically does the spells. I've always wanted to do a spell slinger and some other, like, TTRPGs. Which I think they actually... Doesn't the new D&D set have one for, like, Wizard? I forget. I know you can... Oh, what the fuck?
I am not leaving this place. There's something out there.
He has the sawed off.
Something worse than those damn statues.
Huh?
I couldn't see her clearly, but she is huge. Every time she moves, the floor trembles. Like if the earth were about to rip apart.
Oh, no. Please, please don't be the girl on the radio. Please don't be the girl on the radio.
She is close. I can hear her. I can hear her pray.
Journal updates. Nightmare, something scarier. I'm not leaving this place. There's something out there, something worse than those damn statues. Ugh. Genuinely, though, I actually think being on, like, these higher floors would probably be one of the safest places. Because the statues are, like, extremely rough in terms of movement. The thing, too, is I'm pretty sure these statues don't spawn until you enter certain areas. So I also don't think I can, like, preemptively guess where they're going to come from. Oh, these are just a bunch of cans. That's a wagon of broken statues. I'm kind of scared to find out. Like, you'll notice how many statues we're fucking finding just in piles everywhere. Are always a bonus to games. The thing is, I don't think it's just a big woman. We literally don't need any blood, so I can leave this pig here for now. We're gonna go turn this electricity off, which actually apparently I can't. So hold on a second. Okay, I think we're gonna actually have to go into that garage I saw. You also hear that sound? That whining, you'll hear it? That's certainly something.
I will need to cut the power if I want to get any closer.
Yeah. God, that's loud. And then the water sounds? Ha! The fucking ham. The a blue lobster. Why are those sounds getting so much louder? Hello? There you are. I knew there had to be one soon. Whew, okay. A little nervous there for a second. It's okay. Once we get the power off, we'll go get the pig before we do whatever with the truck. Hello? Hello? There's so many noises going on. It's stressing me out. Oh, hell yeah. This doll is so cute. This little puppet thing. Bougie Ash houses lobsters just chilling. Yep. I think, okay, hold on. The thing is, okay, so this house is bedroom, bathroom, like balcony area, or landing, if you want to call it that. A living room, although this one's only decorated as like a study in one corner. A kitchen, and a garage. It's not that big and it's not that complicated. I'd love a house like this. I'd kill for a house like this. I love the aesthetic, the wood. It's like old, of course. The wallpaper. Amazing. Ceiling needs some cleaning. And maybe some paint. But, like, it's a beautiful house. I love it. I love the style. Really? They're just quotes of checkmate? Huh? Also, we have an ad break in a minute and a half. Okay, if I pull this lever, that thing better not swing open and have a statue spawn on me.
This should do the trick.
Okay. Let's go get the pig. I feel like we're about to drive the truck for some reason. Yeah, we're gonna take the pig. And I think before... Water looks so slimy. Because I think we're gonna drive the truck from here, but I'm not sure. Maybe we'll just use it... No, we went that way before. All right, we're gonna pause it here real quick. Because the ad break's about to start and I really gotta pee. All right, chat. Let me give y'all the music. And I will see y'all in a few minutes. Don't burn anything down. Have fun, kids. Actually, Ordain gets to burn things down because he's the birthday boy. All right, have fun. Okie dokie. What I miss, kids? Did y'all burn anything down? Is Ordain? I don't think, not Ordain. I don't think Ganon's still here, is he? Ganon, I think, came in, did his beg for uppies, and then is lurking. What gave you that idea? Truly, I wonder what could have given me that idea. Hi, Ordain. I corrected myself. Shut up. Shut up. Hey, chat, you want to see something? You want to see a thing? Speaking of being told I don't advertise enough, although I shouldn't cover the game. We'll wait till the end of the game. We'll wait till the end of the game. How many of you like trading card games? Trading card games, anyone? Anyone at all? You know, I do kind of wish GamerSupps would let, like, smaller creators in on their fucking trading card games. Because they release the same fucking people every single time. Actually, that reminds me. We may do a little bit of a side tangent before we get back to the game and see what interacting with the truck does. I want to see if they've revealed the characters. V-cards. You failed at level 2? All right, chat. Hold on a second. Let's put the game away. What the fuck? I would kind of like to see the arts? Huh. Oh well. I guess we'll just show this part off. Downloads. So today's the 25th, which means in 2 days, if you're a trading card and a VTuber nerd, GamerSupps is releasing their next card set. Divine Chaos, which for some fucking reason, they're not showing off who's in it. Which, Divine Chaos would have been fucking perfect for me to be in. I'm upset about it. It would also be a good way to boost their other creators, like, genuinely. Every time a new set comes out, all the big creators that are partnered with, like, fucking, with GamerSupps always start opening packs on stream. It'd be the funniest, like, indirect fucking boost that any other creator could do. All right, does not want to play? Actually, do y'all want to do a far off bet on this? How many want to bet that we are going to end up with? Let me think here. Buff Pup, Shy Lily. I bet we're gonna get fucking Shy Lily in some random outfit where she doesn't fit, because this is supposed to be like angels and demons kind of themed. Just in case you couldn't tell from the Divine Chaos name, it's very much a. Yeah, it's very much a fucking angel and demon theme, because you can't have VTubers. Shy Lily with wings, guaranteed. Guaranteed. But yeah, I scrolled up trying to see if I could find... Fucking egg. Oh, God. Amazing. But I'm not really seeing anything like, because like even then I'm looking at the website, even then they have these same like question mark appearances to them. So like they didn't release the cards that are going to be in it beforehand, I don't think. Yeah, I guess they didn't. 600 total cards to collect, 80 signature god rares, 60 mascot cards, 20 supports, 20 secret rares, and art from 60 plus artists. 600 total cards in one set? Chat, even Magic doesn't release that many, right? Right? God rares, I do not know off the top of my head. Because it's called signature god rares, it makes me think that it's signed by the VTuber. It has their signature on it. Is Iron Mouse in any of these cards? Is Iron Mouse partnered with Gamer Subs, or is she partnered with G Fuel? Is 250 tops? I was thinking it was like 100 and something. But yeah, 600 is crazy. Okay, so basically as soon as you order these, they will ship. But they don't go live for 2 days. They go live at 3 p.m. And I'd hate to tell you, chat, you gotta be ready, because if you're not, they sell out really fucking quick. Did get a Gamer Subs, but I don't know. I think she did too. Also, hold on a second. Sorry, I dropped my chapstick. 250 to 500, but most of those are staple cards that get reprinted all the time. Yep. For gooning? Yeah, probably. Here, because, like, I can show you. Because there's, like, these promo cards on the website really quick. Let me see. Where is it? There it is. That's a cow print fucking... I will never understand the obsession with cowkinis. Why? Who wants the fucking cowkini promo card? And it's called Farmer. I honestly thought this was the Triple Z character for a second, but it's apparently somebody named Squidchan. No idea who that is. No clue who that is. Cowkini Marinart win? Never, because I hate cowkinis. Listen, once the this summer outfit is done, you'll get me in a swimsuit, okay? You will get me in a swimsuit. Yeah, some people usually do scalp these cards, but it's usually to get like the God signature rares and stuff to resell them to super fans. But I have a sneaking suspicion that they're going to do the same thing they've done before, and it's going to be like all of the same fucking VTubers. A new phone background soon. Listen, we're just getting the design done. There's not going to be any art yet. If you want to contribute to it, you can pay to spin the chat game wheel. Which, by the way, if you weren't here for that, we're going to be playing Firewatch next week. We finished the first wheel. Firewatch next week, which we may be able to do in one sitting. I forget. It's like a 4-hour game, right? Also, hold on a second. Okay. Let's stop the music before I forget, because I will. It's not very loud in my ears. And then we can get back and see where this hellhole is going to go. Oh, I'm clicking the wrong thing. I'm like, click back into the game. Click back into the game. You're on call? Oh, no. All right, what's going to happen here, buddy? Are you just going to fall out of the truck? Oh, yeah, you're 100%. Oh. Or you can just drop a key with a bone on it. Sweet ass. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
Luck.
His blood. Take it.
Oh, okay, so we can't take blood from humans.
His memories, you will find what you seek.
No. I cannot do this.
Oh, I swear we're a vampire now. I'm pretty sure we're a vampire now.
You dare to
Listen, if y'all want to get art, fan art of like me, y'all are more than welcome to. You can make it be basically anything you want. Truck keys. Blood-forged replica of the truck keys. They should work just as well as the originals. Huh? Didn't he just dropped the keys. We have the keys. We don't need to make one from blood. Fuck. What the shit? Oh, interesting minigame. Ooh, okay. Am I just gonna crash through the fence? Oh god, I am. Okay, how did we get that much acceleration in an old truck like this? We really do just be sliding in this truck more than anything. surrounded by plushies? Do it. That's cute. Fort Marin is all but impenetrable.
What now?
I just... Oh, no. Okay.
Son!
Dolores. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay, that sounds metal. Please don't give me control yet. Oh, I'm gonna have to run, aren't I?
Gabe, listen to me. Get to the shelter. There's still time.
You again? Why can you not mind your own business?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Sunshine.
How did that thing sneak up on us?
Get yourself killed.
I do not need anyone worrying about me.
And has anyone ever told you you're stubborn as a mule? Reinforcements are already on their way. We just lost Angela.
What do you mean? What do you mean, Atlas?
Someday I will stand before the sun.
Or you could learn to draw. I am going to try to learn to draw. I have a tablet. It's just been packed up to move as of like months ago. I packed it up months ago thinking that the move was going to be soon, and then it wasn't. So it's just loaded into a taped up box. Hello? Oh.
I am almost there.
Actually, we don't need that pig, so we can leave that there. Hello? Why is this tiled? Interesting. Hello? Hello? I heard that fucking move! There it is. I don't like this. Apples. Aha. I'm stuck. Whew. So I'm guessing too, if I like shot the arm, they wouldn't do like as much damage, like the knife arm. But I imagine they can still hit me. Lobsters. Why are all the lobsters here blue? Like those kind of blue lobsters are not a common sight. I want to say it's loose. I almost said leukemia. That's not it. Leucism? If you shoot out their legs? That's what I'm gonna try. Let's see if we can like make it so that they're just a torso and head. If we find like a single one. I want to see what happens if we do that. Thing is though, is we tried to what was it? We tried to do the same thing with the one that I just shot the torso off of, and its legs got back. Oh, I see you. Yoink. There's also a register back here that I want to get. Or that I can't get. Damn it. Bamboozled again. I like the bottles here. Medusa. Capian. Crema ambergris. The Cor de Algus. Which I'm pretty sure is just algae liqueur. This is a big... Oh, Jesus.
I can see it! There it is, the cathedral!
So close that I can almost touch
The
it.
door is right there.
Padre Arroyo said that we would be safe inside. I just need to keep going.
Just a few more steps.
I have a distinct feeling like they were not, in fact, safe. Ooh. Okay, let's go inside. Hi, Hollow. Thank you for the 5-stream streak. Flowers. There's the stall that fell over with all their cukes. Saved like a corrupted file? Yeah. I feel like Padre Aurora has something to do with this. Oh. An elevator? What? I guess. Okay. Oh, I did not like those sounds. I guess that's what happens when you make the entire door out of wood.
Welcome, Captain Escudero. We have been expecting you.
Who the fuck is we?
Who are you? Do I know you?
No, not yet. But the sea has told me much about you. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Padre Augusto Arroyo, Sumo Timonel of Tormentosa.
Am I meant to be impressed?
Kind of hoping we were
You
going to
sound
find
like
a
just another
shotgun
fanatic to me.
in our walk here, but maybe I missed it.
You are right. I am nothing but a messenger.
Or maybe I'll find it later. I'm thinking we'll find it later.
But you, sir, you have a far greater role to play. Rejoice, for the god of the sea
Arroyo, yeah.
has chosen you to be his witness.
Sorry, I'm
I serve the sun.
scrubbing my
So
hair.
tell your god I am not interested.
No one escapes their fate, no matter how hard they try. The sun has ruled long enough, and soon you will have the honor of watching it drown beneath the waves.
Okay.
Listen well, preacher. The only thing I will be watching is your fall.
Just as he foretold. But don't keep my lord waiting. He grows impatient.
Oh, man. Ooh, this soundtrack. Oh, oh.
There it is.
The voices!
Prison of the Lord of the Sea.
The voices! The bridge is broken for some reason. Also, we keep seeing these statues like this, and it gives the vibe that it's supposed to be like save areas. But I still can't save. Alright, can't go that way. Why are these ladders here? God, those are so noisy. But look how pretty they are. Damn, decorative water wheels. And then, of course, there's the Two-Face statues, which I'm still very curious to learn about what they represent. Oh, yeah, I called it. If I've ever seen a boss arena. Why are they all naked and covered in twine, though? The sea?
Faith alone will calm the tide's fury. Foolish little man, you're not strong enough.
You think it's gonna jump through the
No, I am
window?
not. But as long as the sun stands with me, there is nothing I cannot do.
Too much trust in a god too cowardly to fight his own battles.
Show
Spoons?
yourself and
They
face
also
me.
have signs of
Stop
starving.
skulking in the shadows.
Oh no, that's just shining blood.
You are the one hiding, Gabriel. But you can't fool
Also, the thrones? Jesus.
nothing but a sinner.
Oh,
Prison gate.
All right, Gabriel. How hard can it be to fix an arcane seal?
It's a good fucking question. Now what the shit is that? Absorb his legacy. There's a lot of trails of blood here. I'm sure this isn't going to trigger a fight, right? Ceremonial dagger. Okay.
At the dawn of time, darkness ruled the world.
Oh my god, lore!
forcing mankind to cower in fear among the shadows.
Good god, they're naked.
By compassion, the sun god descended from the heavens and taught them the secret arts of fire.
Oh, he's Prometheus.
Those sacred flames tore night from day, giving rise
He's
to
very
civilization,
pretty.
and with it, to art, music, and literature.
He's literally Apollo.
Enchanted by the imagination of
He's
his
Prometheus
children,
and Apollo together
the
so
sun
far.
took human form and founded a city he would soon call home.
What are these memories?
Oh, it's the dagger. Oh.
No.
The bonds? What is that?
It's not strong enough.
Do we need more daggers? It looks like we need more daggers because it lines up with the little wispy things. Scurries into the shadows. Oh no.
No, please, no, no, Mother Dolores, I beg you, no, forgive me, please, no.
Also true is we never found the thick lady we saw.
Better stop praying.
I will save my prayers for your funeral.
Ooh.
I was going to be
Animated reliquary?
I'll enjoy watching you suffer.
Oh, are these are the reinforcements. Solari.
We have to get him out of here.
Complete the prologue in any difficulty. Okay, she seems to be like a walking reliquary, which makes me think that she's like a saint or something, but she seems to have the same like look. No, I haven't gotten any new weapons yet. I still just have the pistol. Wow, this is really slow. Ooh! Yo, the fortune teller underneath the fucking merry-go-round? That's fucking... Write that down. Write that shit down. I'm kind of hoping there isn't a difficulty spike. Ayo, the hat?
Hey.
Spanish Inquisition hat?
Is anyone there?
Well, well. Sleeping Beauty's finally awake.
Why are your
Hello,
eyes
Leah.
red?
You knew the seal was beyond repair and said nothing?
Cool your jets. I did warn you not to go in, but no, Mr. It's
I like her.
My
She's goofy.
Business didn't listen to me. And now, here we are.
All right.
My boys risked their
Chat.
buttocks saving yours.
Would y'all put me in this uniform?
Get back. But hey,
A PNG in this uniform would be really cute.
I am sorry about your men.
look, we're fans of the sun too. A sorta secret club, you know?
81. It is at least 1981.
That's been chained up on this island for ages. Well, until some idiots screwed it up. Ugh, bravo!
I'm sure
Round of
Kuntz could do it.
applause.
Kuntz is usually really fast at PNGs, but I don't know what
Now
Kuntz
you want
costs.
me to clean up your mess.
Ding, ding, ding! We have a winner.
It'd be so
The seal
goofy.
that kept it trapped was cast with the blood of the foremost die-hard sun devotees.
Huh.
And guess what? Only the blood of their descendants can fix it. You already gobbled up one in the cathedral, right?
She does kind of have the tone and movement of like a Unity
The
asset.
grand finale.
So I'm struggling to kind of figure out. Damn, look at those hips.
All right. We will be allies. For now. But stay out of my way, understood? You would only slow me down.
That's the thing. I don't know.
Whatever you
For a
say,
Kuntz, yes, one
You're the
Kuntz.
boss. I'll back you
I don't
up,
know. That's I don't know what Kuntz
Now
prices
get
are. I
out
just know Kuntz is really
there
fast at doing
and
PMGs.
let's
I'm very suspicious why you're so energetic in all this. Was it you? Were you the one that we saw? Hold on. Let me get the side profile here. Those pants are doing a lot of work here. It also doesn't help that, like, their clothes are really baggy. I think I'm gonna stick with my original, what my original statement said. Disneyland staff energy? Yeah, it's giving, oh, hi. Ooh, can I borrow that?
I can't feel my leg. I can't feel it.
Okay, but which one? How are we doing, Doc? Wait, you have the same model as the guy that was in the truck. Well, they have the pins of the Solari. Can I save yet? Nope!
Do you really think we can win? Sometimes it feels like all hope is lost.
Come on, brother. Don't lose faith. Now that the Chosen One is here, our luck is turning around.
The what?
I guess you're right.
The what?
Though, to be honest, he's not exactly what I expected.
Gag me with a spoon. No, you're right. I was just saying, it's like they do have cast member energy.
What were you expecting?
I wasn't like trying to correct you. I was just saying that's I know what they're called. You need to badge her to accept payment. She's very stubborn when it comes to being accepted money from people for commissions. Oh, Kunst? Really? That's a interesting requirement. Like, sometimes I'll do it if I'm like using one of the like assets very frequently. But that's a really uncomfortable requirement. Hello? Another hand. What are you? Helados. Oh, cigarettes. Right? That looks like a cigarette dispensing machine. And this is absolutely fucking Gamba. I think. Yeah, it looks like Gamba. Yoink. Ooh. We also know that to get the shotgun, we had to do like a shooting challenge somewhere. So.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this situation.
You, little Robin. Come closer. Don't be shy.
Who are you?
Just a humble admirer. Nothing more.
Okay, I kind of like this idea.
Soldier of the sun
I like this idea.
Especially
It's
one
very
so
classic.
Cut the nonsense, witch. I do not have time for games.
Such venom, mon cher. This witch only wants to help you.
Oh, really? And what could you possibly offer me?
Orb, give orb? No orb, Sunstar. No orb.
Blessings?
It's her orb.
Or perhaps enhance your divine blood.
Ooh, upgrades? Hell yeah.
For a modest price, of course. Hmm? As you can understand, keeping up this lifestyle isn't cheap. But don't worry, you won't have to sell me your soul. At least, not yet.
That's a good looking orb. What do you want from me? Okay, that's fair. It's our orb, comrade. Yes, excellent. All right, what can we get?
Mon coeur.
Arsenal. Okay. We have 500? Jesus. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. Skills. Crow relics. Interesting. Okay, so everything requires crow relics, which we don't have fucking any of. If you take lethal damage instead of dying, there's a 50% chance to use a syringe instantly. Syringes must be available to activate the skill. Below 20% health, 6% of the damage you deal to enemies is returned as health. Correctly parrying an enemy recovers 25% of maximum health. That'll be useful. Last bullet in the magazine inflicts 6 additional damage for each bullet previously fired from the same magazine. 15% less damage when performing knife attacks. Why would I take damage for that? Aiming for 1.5 seconds causes your next shot to pass through enemies. Reloading costs 15%. Ooh, that's a good one too. 12% chance of not consuming your projectile if it hits the enemy. That's pretty... Oh, these are really good. Speed of using a syringe. Absorbing blood above maximum health has a 20% chance of generating a blood syringe. Damn, all of these are good. Jesus. Okay. I think we're going to spend some of our silver. Damage, durability. Yeah, we're definitely increasing the damage. And then everything else can come later. It's not that crazy. It doesn't use...
Good choice.
Let me see, where was it? This one. If you successfully parry, then you get health back. That would be really good.
See any... May fortune smile upon you.
1, 2, testing. 1, 2.
Testing.
Loud and clear.
Fabulous. Our base is tucked away beneath the Tormentosa Fair. The perfect cover, right? Take a stroll. Don't be shy. Who knows? You might find something useful among all this junk. And if you're up for a challenge, try beating my high score as a pool parato. I'm stronger than I look, you know. But
why is the door on this side?
Herminia Espina's waiting for us in the Mermaid's Quarter. Once you're done, look for the gate with the lit battlements. My boys will open it for you with pleasure.
This is where we came out, so we don't need to go that way. Okay, we need to find the game.
So you're the chosen one, huh? Let's see how long you last.
Okay. Beeps. Sharpener's thing. Which we're still fully sharpened. Tio Vivo. I think that's ticket booth, isn't it?
Lived in this town my whole life, and I still can't get used to the rain. I'm surprised I haven't grown scales by now.
Aw, look at the crow. Oh, it's cute. Mermaid's Corner? By God, this is Disney? Oh, no. No, not corner, quarter.
Seriously? Galurian stew again?
And what did the gentleman expect? A nice juicy Ofiotaro steak?
With a side of crispy potatoes.
Side of crispy potato. Oh, hello. Oh, okay. So maybe we'll find something for this later.
Tell them shut up and eat what we've got.
For this right.
Menino del Dia. Is there anything up here? Oh, there's another chest. 12? Huh. Did the other one have a number on it?
When I was
Oh, hi.
kid, the carousel felt like the most magical thing in the world. Now look at it. Just a pile of rusty junk.
I mean, it's mostly wood, and it does not look rusty. It's got character. Oh, I don't like that. I don't like that. Okay, now where the fuck is... I'm gonna guess that's the mermaid quarter. There's a mermaid over the door.
Special.
But... high score at... It's not... Oh, there's another chest here. 4? Are we gonna be like collecting a certain number of these things? Is that what this is? See, there's one too. 14. 4, 12, 14.
Chosen one, give the games a try. Let's see if the sun is truly on your side.
Hey, it's Crow. 500. 500 what, I wonder?
No victory without a reward.
Oh, maybe it's scores. Oh, tickets. Okay. Do you?
Protect Tormentosa from the flames and earn the blessing. One solid smack to smash the score. Our island is in danger. Can you save us from the... Now that's a punch save.
Nice. 200. Can I do it again? That one wasn't nearly as good.
Or a gentle breeze.
Damn it.
Congratulations, but I am out of tickets.
Ah, shit. Okay, so it seems like they only give a certain number of tickets.
Hurry! Douse the flames before it's too late.
Okay. Okay. We did it.
Tormentosa, please collect your prize.
All right, so we're up to 500 tickets.
Ready to defend the sea with a mighty right hook.
6. We're only finding even number chests, which makes me think that they're helipods in Lamar.
We finally caught one of them. Yeah.
One of what?
Where are the rest of those
Oh.
bastards hiding? Word is.
Oh, these are the...
Espina's holed up at Cuerno Albino.
Okay, these are the descendants.
They've already sent some of our best after her, but so far, none of them came back alive.
Carnival games that aren't rigged? I mean... possible.
Pick your favorite Ophiator and rhymes the way. Ready, set, go! We have claim your tickets. You don't need 8.
All right, that's 800 tickets. That is definitely not enough to get all the prizes in the thing. Here's another chest. 2. Okay, so this is probably the first one that we're going to be able to open. Either that or we're going to find pieces and they're going to have like numbers on them. Is what I'm guessing.
How about we sneak off somewhere a bit more private?
Seriously, Claudia? Now?
If not now, then when? We don't even know if there'll be a later.
I know, but I don't want it to feel like goodbye.
Come on, Rodrigo. Just for a moment.
Claudia and Rodrigo, you say?
I said no. Besides, we're not even married.
My mother warned me. I should have gone with the baker's son.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay, there's 3. Okay, so are there 14 of these fucking chests around? There's another one right there. 11. Okay. Would put a bun in the oven? God, no, stop, cease, desist. Okay, let's go spend some tickets. It's scratched and he's just standing there? Yep. Granted, he does kind of look like he's on guard duty. All right. Oh, that's just money.
Come one and all. No victory without a reward.
I can't tell what this
Trade your
is.
tickets here.
I also don't know what this is. Maybe this is the item that increases health. All right, do we get this or do we get this or the crow thing? The crow relic, because then we can go unlock, I think, like one ability.
Pick your prize.
A little sin to keep the spirits up isn't a bad thing. True. Is in this thing? Not much so far. Okay, more health. Whatever the scroll is, it could be anything. It could even be a health item. Or the crow relic for a skill upgrade.
Bring your tickets and pick your reward.
That's just it. I don't know. There's only like 3 games, it seems. And I thought one of these was going to be the one that gives me the shotgun. But it didn't, unless that scroll is the shotgun.
Stronger than a tuna? Everyone wants glory, but only one can win this race.
I don't know. You can get a 300 and 500? 600, 700, 500. If I do that, though, then the only thing I get is the coins.
Now comes the fun. Pick your prize.
I'm a little more interested in getting more health since we're on hard mode. Yeah, we'll do this. Holy blood. Small vial filled with bright red blood. It feels warm to the touch, almost as if it were alive. It's definitely not ordinary blood. Each time you pick up a vial, your max health increases by 10, and the amount of blood you receive from any source is boosted by... Ooh! Okay. 5. Okay. Okay, there's got to be more somewhere else, right?
So you're the chosen one?
Shut up. That's where he came in. It's up here.
Maybe the sun chose you, but that doesn't mean I trust you.
Okay, that's fine. I don't give a shit. Oh, there is another chest in here. 15. It's upstairs. Aha. 10. I really do wonder what these are. Foosball. Yeah, foosball. Okay, was there anything on this balcony? No. I'm looking to see if there's more games or if we can find the poster that we... Oh, here it is. Da-da-da-da. At the Mar de Tiros. Just another one. What number are you? 8. Ooh. Okay. Solari brooch. First glance, this brooch is shaped like the sun, but the engraved number suggests it's more than that. Oh, shit. I didn't check what it was. Was nobody going to react to that there was a dead guard over here? Ah, okay. Money! 350. Nice. Actually, I think that's enough to get another upgrade for the pistol.
What do you desire?
Ammo capacity. want reload speed first. Because I think that's like 0.2 seconds per tick of ammo, so it'll be better to have that reload speed than increase the ammo capacity.
You don't look all that special.
Okay. Okay, that's the... Wait, hold on. Something de tiros? Mar del tiros? For this shotgun? Okay, it's not here. I'm sorry I'm taking so long to get through this area, chat. I'm just super nosy with it right now. We checked this one already. This one's free? Okay.
Guide my path in
Oh,
this hour of
whoops.
darkness, as the shadows of the abyss close in.
Okay, maybe it's out in one of the zones, possibly? Is kind of what I'm thinking. Like, maybe it is out. Because there doesn't seem to be any other... Are we going to talk about the cow lady? Something cola. That is definitely a bootleg Coca-Cola. 25 TDP. Chat. Chat. What do you think? What do you think of this mascot? Can you tell what it is, or is it too far away? I can't zoom in on it for you. I'm sorry. Yes, just yes. The course. Truck. Truck. What? Oh my god. Should have known. Should have known.
So you're the chosen?
Is there a map? Oh, there is. Completed, explored. Oh, it marks the... Huh. It does mark the chest view. That's actually really useful. Sad it doesn't show the other rings until I, like, walk up to it. All right, I guess, again, though, can I not save? Hot Latina cow lady? Fuck yeah. Oh, no. Also, hold on, did we just have an ad break? Oh, no, ad break in 7 minutes. Okay, we're going to pause here before we go into the mermaid zone. I'm going to run the ad break early because I need to pee again. Gamer Subs makes me have to go to the bathroom, so we're going to run the ad break a little bit early. And I will see y'all in a couple minutes. It better not be permadeath. It better not be permadeath. All right, kids. Are we good? I ran to the bathroom and I nibbled on some chips. So my kitty? What does that mean? Dolphin 54, shark 42. Penguin 16. Oh shit, there's the other shark. 15 and what was it? 15 and something else? 15 and was 39? 15 and 38? Shit. I don't remember where the other shark was. All right. We can put you away. Turn the music off. Double check why I have so many notifications again. Clear those. And back to the game. Again, though, I'm kind of... What? Does it, maybe it only saves at, like, the beginning of sections? I don't know. Let me see real quick. Can I actually, just in case... Center dot, please actually turn that on. Yeah, red is fine. Okay. Stealing Kitty makes a strange headline. True, it does. I was looking to see if, like, if we fuck this up, can I change the difficulty setting? And I don't think I can. Hold on, let me look up real quick. What the difficulty for this actually means. Crystal, martyr, difficulty. Is martyr too easy? Having to meaning to save was using any gun but the pistol didn't seem worth it? Huh. Must sacrifice more blood to power weapons, forcing more strategic, often stealthy gameplay to survive. No autosave. You must rely on manual saves at crystal balls. Huh. It is highly recommended to save this playthrough for a second playthrough once you're familiar with the game's mechanics. I'm glad I have a community that loves me. Yes. Okay, that is too big. Holy shit. What was that under accessibility? Crosshair color. Crosshair thickness? I apparently could not. Yikes. Maybe I don't want it. Maybe I don't want it. It's too big. All right, yeah, this is... Actually, hold on. Crystal ball, real quick. Save anytime or nothing? Okay. We haven't saved the game at all, so... Okay. I'm hoping we get crystal balls. I'm gonna just double because sometimes I do that when I play games like this. I'm hoping we get a crystal ball before boss fights. I'm really hoping we get a crystal ball before boss fights. And it's not like only at the beginning of like a whole... Actually, wait, we can talk to you for some reason.
Come on then, lift it.
Who's lifting it? All right. See an out-of-game error or something? Oh, shit, you're right. Hey, in my defense, I got $100 and like 10 gifted subs for it. I think that's worth it. Okay, I'm guessing we're going to be looking for her. Okay, this doesn't bode well. These are funerary paleloquents. Shut the fuck up.
Welcome to the Mermaid District, Gabe. The place where all saints pray by
So we're gonna see probably more of those reliquaries, I'm guessing.
Most of all, secrets. So many secrets. That's why no one dares to cross Queen Athena.
You're being paid to suffer, that's okay then? Yeah. Chad has been very generous this week whenever I've pitched, alright, if y'all want me to do this, it's gonna be X number of subs or a donation or something.
Getting lost is part of the fun.
True. Wait, what was that ticking? You're gonna come to life at some point. I know you are. Okay, I see. So there were statues on these. And I'm gonna guess that they're statues of saints. But why are they coming to life? That doesn't make any sense. They're not mechanical, they're just statues.
Can't you see?
Jesus.
Open your eyes already. Those damn dogs of the sun have been hiding.
Also, I'm hoping the crystal ball isn't only at the carnival.
Some of them were friends. Others, even brothers. We gave them food. We gave them shelter. And this is how they repay us?
Also, hold on. I left my water over in the corner. Let me go grab that real quick.
We won't stand idly by while our people suffer. It's time to rise up and fight. We will calm the waters.
Okay. The game crashing is just another boss? Might as fucking well be. Okay. $125, that's pretty good. Makes me think that the cost of certain things were high because we're going to get more money as the game progresses. You're almost for sure going to come to life, aren't you? Fuck, of course. That's an explosive barrel. This is a combat area. There she is. Oh, oh no. Oh, I'm out of ammo. Okay. Oh my god. Oh, what the fuck? Jesus. Oh my god. Struggling there. That was stupid. I missed way too many shots. Did y'all notice how jittery the animation is when he goes to attack? Nah, 5 gifted subs, $20 on Ko-fi. Listen, $20 on Ko-fi, I get nearly instantly, so it's the best way to support. Subs are if you specifically want to have emotes and such. Or if you get tier 2 or tier 3, it's to get previews, which now you'll be getting previews on the updates for the summer outfit. Actually, yeah, we'll use this horse. With your blood? Yes, exactly. And this is how we get our health back. Interesting brick pattern. Oh.
Sweetie, you'll choke if you keep that up.
Just so yummy, Mommy. Where did you get so much food?
The sea heard our prayers. I told you all you needed was a little faith.
She's selling her body, isn't she?
Your father will be back soon, and everything will be just like it used to be. You'll see. Now eat up.
I'd also like to remind you that we now know that this was a single mother that owned this house. Last Supper 2? No. Oh, Ching. A key. Okay.
Step inside, step inside.
Hello? Motherfucker, do I look like I'm 5 feet? Do I look like I'm 5 feet? Crazy. Crazy. Also, I love that little fucking frog peak. That's so cute. That's precious. The ruler next to my phone says yes. That's that's hilarious. That's actually really fucking funny. That's some good prop comedy there. It's like, do I look like I'm 5 feet? Holds up cell phone with picture of person, puts ruler up to phone. Yeah. That's comedy gold, actually. I like that. That's fucking hilarious. All right. Welcome in. Welcome in, 5 feet. That's very Mary and Jesus of you. Oh, the curtains. Again, mind you, this is a single mother's house. There's an altar to the anchor there. That's blocked. Barrel. I think the audio needs a little bit of work. I'm not gonna lie. It needs a bit of work. Balancing, because if I stand here, y'all hear the water running, right? Thank you for self-care, peeps. I'm almost out of water, though. Because I haven't refilled it today, and it's the water that I refilled before I went to bed last night. It sounds like it's right in your ear. It sounds like you're sitting right next to it when there's a whole ass wall here. And we know these buildings are made out of bricks. So there's wood paneling, bricks, maybe some kind of insulation all the way outside, but it sounds like it's right in your fucking ear. All right, ding dong. Shit. Heblau Zafiro. Huh. So it does seem like there's... Oh, an Allen wrench looking thing. Okay. Going back up. Ding Dong Shit is not a fun game to play. What? What is that? Oh, it's not. Oh! Mardel Tiros. It's the one that has the shotgun. Oh, shit. I have to raise that to get across. Okay, that makes sense. Also, what is that baby? That statue. All right, we'll go the other direction. Maybe we'll find a key to that, what I'm assuming is going to be the kitchen of the house. This house. Good night, Tuka. Sleep well. Wait, there's a door that way. I see a crystal ball.
Coucou, mon cœur.
Mon cœur. Hello, darling. Okay, so we'll find her around very much like it's like the merchant from Resident Evil. Let's see.
Mon cœur.
Now we only have 200.
Did you just come to enjoy my company?
Absolutely. Yes. Please and thank you. I love the fit, by the way. Anyway. Hello? I hear them, but I don't see them. There's another key thing. So I do wonder. Thing is, they all have a very simple lock on them. You have a Masterlock 1972 model. You could open it with a Masterlock 1972 model. Ooh, a map. Hell yeah, dude. Jesus. Okay, so... Blood fountain. Okay, still sharp. So... I don't think I want to go in there. We're gonna go this way. That's broken.
Something must be blocking it.
Oh, son of a fucking bitch. Good night, Ordain. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, so need an Allen wrench there. We need a key in the kitchen, which is here. There's the key. Chains. No, that's chains. That's blocked. Okay, this is actually the only direction we could go. So we do have to go into there. All right. Would make the Resident Evil architect throw up? Almost certainly. Almost. I'm going to save again because I'm an idiot. And here too. Because why not? I do like that the saving is very fast though. That's good.
That must be the place.
Is it? The place for what? More gasoline. Don't mind if I do. Ooh, okay. Another thing that needs to be raised. So I'm guessing we're going to find like a permanent tool or something that allows me to raise these like dumpsters. But that's also what's on the other side, which makes me concerned. All right, let's do this. Ding dong. And of course, it's another interact. Ooh. Okay, does anybody else get like Dark Souls boss wall? Mega bitch mother of many sons? What the fuck does that mean? That very much felt like a fucking boss. Okay, it's just the radio.
Where do I start?
No clue. That place is huge. I just hope I didn't mess up.
Hope? I thought you knew where Espina was hiding.
Well, no is a strong word. It was more of an educated guess.
Are you telling me I came?
Oh my god, those are the beer Oh my god, I love the fucking aesthetic of this game. Also, these stools, they're so lovely.
Amelia, do you copy?
I don't know what Arroyo promised you, but you can tell him he won't get another drop of my blood.
Hi, ma'am.
Herminia Espina, I presume.
And you are?
That is not important. And no, I do not serve that heretic. From now on, your blood belongs to the sun.
Ah, I see.
We used to be a society, I say, looking at the architecture in a video game.
If I have to die, it will be on my terms.
It is
Okay, but are you gonna be like the old lady at the in that one Deadpool comic?
Save your threats.
That's like actually sorry about the shit that she did.
I've got nothing
Is
left.
that Deadpool?
Don't you get it?
No, that wasn't Deadpool. That was somebody else.
Nothing left for you to take from me.
What movie was that?
Herminia? The signal cannot be far.
Oh. Something just happened. Chicken. Okay, hold on. Wait, are they aquatic? Oh my god, they are. They have like the little fin tails and their feet are kind of webbed. Not much, but they are still kind of webbed. This game is so pretty. Oh.
It's not fair that old hanger's so much while my family's starving. She probably wouldn't even notice if we took a little.
Oh.
Damn it. Annabelle spent the last 5 years busting her back in this tavern.
Okay, so those... Oh, this is Last Supper. Oh, this is the dad! Oh, was he stealing the food? Is that what it was? That's how she was feeding the kid? I again can't tell. Is that Ofio? Is that what it's supposed to be? Is it Ofio Cola? OFIO? Oh my god, this like the fishtail fucking silverware. I want to talk to the devs about how cool of a job they did. This is such a neat game. I'm getting like sucked into the environments. They're so cool, like the fish. Oh. Why are you rotating? Also, did y'all see that? There was like something out of the corner of my eye that like shined on the wall. Okay, do we go up? Do we go down? Let's try down first. Oh, it's thunder. Okay. Okay, well, he's already done. Yoink! Vinyl record. I highly doubt these heretics know how to appreciate good music. I guess? Sounds like something in D&D. I heard Coke in Mexico is better. Yes, it is, because they use real sugar and not corn syrup. So if you ever go to a place and you see, if you're in the United States and you see on the menu a Mexican Coke, that means it's going to use cane sugar and not corn syrup like American Coke does. We'll stick on this side, so now we'll go upstairs. See the money sparkle.
It will not open from this side.
Motherfucker. Okay. It's doing, I think it's doing the thing where I can't call this because I think that's an elevator. Where it like purposely limits you. I don't think this is. I think this is where we need to go, but I'm still gonna go downstairs first. This kind of looks like a mirror, like another study room. Kind of like a quiet. Yeah, that doesn't look good. Uh-oh. All right. In we go. Who the fuck are you and why is your head a shell? Also, again, I fucking love the aesthetic of this game. This bar looks so fucking cool. You know how I mentioned, chats? If you've been here long enough, you've heard me at some point say, if I had all the money in the world and didn't have to worry about it, I would open like a tea house or like a coffee shop. This is what I would want the like counters to look like. This is the shit that I want. This like beautiful enclosed like wooden setup. Oh, God, fucking. You got pushed by the door. Bitch. Woo! Oh, jeez. Okay, so at least it doesn't seem like they go through doors. Hello? There you are. Okay. Wait, did I call them chuds? Nah, the thing was, I was like appreciating the bar, and then I saw the thing come, like, loom out of that darkness over there. It scared the fuck out of me. The yellow, that's crazy. Oh wait, we can go look behind the bar. Hello, darkness. Oh, what was that? It just highlighted something. Vino Blanco. Aha! Hell yeah. Now we have all three that we can carry. All right, what's in here? Ding dong. Uh-oh. So we definitely can't go through there. Okay, this is where we saw the lady with the conch hats. Dado. They look like mannequins. They're statues. They're very much statues, and they are... Uh-huh. God damn it, my aim, dude. Oh, okay, no, y'all can't come through the doors. I'm guessing the ones before were just a bug. Okay. Are these elevators? Oh no, they're toilets. Cool. Okay, that's kind of cool. You know, we'll go through like one more combat and reload before I decide to heal. Okay. Almost yelled God? Yeah. I did. That is the same sound over and over, but I can't tell what it is. Is that supposed to be the roof creaking? Okay, it looks like I have to push it forward. Okay, so that was the upstairs section that we... Stop. You know what? I kind of want to heal. Also, you know what else I want to do? I want to go save. I want to go save. Oh, I thought there was I thought the bar stool and that bullhead was somebody standing there for a second. I'm gonna play this very carefully since we have the, oh man, I could have just used that blood fountain, I think. Okay. Yeah, the creaking made me paranoid too. And because we just basically made like the shortcut back to the lobby available. Also, what food is in here? The fact there's mussels, the fact that there's food still like left on the plates means that the people that were here just got up and left. And nobody came to clean it up, which seems unlikely because this seems like a fine dining kind of place. I am curious though why the building is, a significant portion of it is under construction. Let's just keep pushing it a little bit. Into this alcove at least. Looks like this place even has a... Let go, damn it. Coins. Thing too is there's no flashlight in this game. Somebody left 100 bulls just lying around? Jesus.
It's normal for the Vod to play tricks on you. Especially after a dozen shots of seaweed liquor.
Seaweed liquor?
First, I thought it was just my...
You lose the bet. She's not going to change difficulty. She's going to save scum. I am going to save scum. Hi, Kunst.
By the sea.
Hey, Kunst. We were talking about you earlier.
Its body creaked like the groan of an old door swinging open.
It was because there's a character in this game, and I was like, chat, do I need to get a PNG of me wearing that uniform? The thing is, though, is I can't show it to you right now because she's like all the way back in the safe zone. That's fine. That's it. That's the reason. Hello? Oop. I'm glad I went snooping. That's more coins. We're full health, so we don't need to do the chicken. Good lord, he's naked and definitely undercooked. Oh, it looks like those doors are the only way forward. Actually, I wonder if I could hit those boards. Hold on a second. Nope. Alrighty then. Stat, it's the blood buddy to Gabe here? Oh no. Oh fuck, it's another interact door. Boss room? Hi, ma'am.
Stop right there!
Well, that was close. You missed her by a hair, Captain.
Oh no, there's a crystal ball right there.
Are you spying on me?
The sea has eyes and ears everywhere. If your intent is to catch Lady, I suggest you look for her 3 mermaids.
Well, yeah, because the more upgrades we get, the easier the game becomes. And I would very much like the game to become easier since y'all forced me to play the hardest difficulty.
I do not know what you are.
Very pretty picture.
But do not think I will fall for your tricks.
Do you have a better plan?
Alright, what do we got? The Drowned Man's Wish. Ooh, oh no. Oh no. Are we gonna have to make booze? Fuck. Drowned Man's Wish. Ingredients. 5 parts Capia Gin, 2 parts Ophio Cola, 4 parts seaweed. Okay, that actually sounds kind of good. I'm not gonna lie, it sounds kind of good. What was her name again, chat? It started with an M, didn't it? 3 mermaids cocktail, more gin, Medusa. We saw Medusa earlier. What was Medusa again? Then more seaweed liqueur, and then Sea Breeze is wine and Medusa. Okay, well we have one here, so that's the algae liqueur. Find the 3 mermaids. Okay, it's just showing me the appearance of the drinks. Okay. So yeah, we need, okay, it was the jellyfish one. That's why it's called Medusa. That's the Medusa stage of the jellyfish. Okay. Seaweed liqueur, Capia gin. I like gin. Gin's my favorite hard liquor. All right, let's make sure we save. Doink, doink. I mean, there's a Medusa right here. But I'm guessing that's too easy. It has to be other ones, which I'm guessing means I have to go through here and fight shit. Oh. That was weird. Oh no, I see your ass.
Step inside, step inside.
He immediately blows his head off. Damn it. Oh, there's another one. Okay. And then we'll get the other one that's up there. Hurry up, buddy. I'm kind of glad you're a little weak. But that's probably entirely because you are ranged. Oh, whoops, wrong button. Oh, nice. Don't mind if I do. It really doesn't seem like I can interact with any of these things, which is really kind of weird. Yes, Mediodia. I swear I hear somebody on the other side of this door. That scarecrow turning in the wind almost made my heart skip a beat. Bird cages. Also, why is there a chicken hanging here? Oh. Why do you sound kind of like Morty? That doesn't make a very... Oh. When you free one of La Plandera's crows from the cage, you'll receive a reward on your next visit to her shop. Oh, okay, that's why we heard crows at her shop. Okay, do I just shoot it? Or shoot the chain? Oh, okay, I just shoot some part of the apparatus. Okay. I don't know if I want to go in there yet. There's also... still in full sharpness? Jesus. Maybe I should be using the knife more to save health and ammo. Alright, we'll try to go in the barn. Hi, Piggy. Do I want to top up? I think I'm good for now. There has to be bosses in this game, right? Okay, never mind, it just opens. Thank God. It's okay, we also got a horse. I'm glad I did not use the syringes. Yeah, I need to check your prices, Coons. I have no idea what you charge. Found a box again. Oh, hey! That's fine. Okay, actually, I think we're doing really well. That tractor's fucking huge. Jesus. Wait, what is that back there? Oh, I think it's just a wooden pylon. Hello. All right, where you fucks at? Whoa! You know, that was not what I expected to happen. I expected somebody to come, like, out of the side or something. Hi, piggies. Why are they killing all of the animals, though? I don't understand. No. Nice. Oops. Okay. Oh, there's another one. I am kind of curious if we get like a marksman rifle or something in the future. That would be kind of nice. Okay. Is there anything else down here? Are you gonna be another syringe? You are another syringe. All right, might as well use this. Scroll. How do I get to you? So that looks like it's one of the things that we found that was in the ticket booth. We can definitely talk. Hell yeah. Oh, right there. Okay, maybe I can take that ladder. Someone in there, right? Okay. Yoink. All right, I want whatever that scroll is, especially so I can know what it is. Also, we haven't found any crow things. So I don't know where or how we find crows. Oh, there's more chickens here. Maramonto page, a fragment of a sacred book of the sea. Its words are poison to me, but perhaps I can uncover something that'll help us understand what it is. Doesn't actually seem to tell me anything. And there's an interactive thing right there. Blood. Locked gates. Okay. We still actually haven't found anything of how to unlock things. Hello? Ah, there you are. Ow. Actually, I think he missed, which is very funny. There's another one right there. I see him. Okay. Up. Also, anybody else think this pistol sounds really fucking loud? Is that just me? I have a distinct... Oh, no, we actually can't go back there. I was like, I think there's something back there. No. The answer is no. Oh, thank you, Coons. Thank you for swinging by. What's in here? Hello? Oh, I think this is just where that one spawned. Loud compared to shitty COD pistols? True. That's fair. That's very fair. Again, more dead pigs up here. Is something coming up the stairs? If this game at some points decides to start putting enemies like right around corners to try and jump me, I'm gonna get upset. Ooh. Oh, okay, you are openable. Okay, that's a health kit, so we can go ahead and use this. Sounds of flies. Which way do we want to go? This way? Outside? Okay, apparently that's only just a little section, so we'll go check here then. Hello? Hey, Raven thing! Okay, so they do just lie out and about. Crow skull, strange symbols carved into it. A race of dark magic. Something tells me it might hold some value to the merchant winch. Merchant witch. Oh. Oh, hey. I think I need to shoot it. Okay, yeah. If it's not in reach, then I have to shoot it. Got it. And that gives the currency that we need to do upgrades. Is that a chest right there? Is that I think it's a barrel. What's your favorite flashback to Baron moment? What do you mean? What do you mean flashback? Okay, you're not an absorbable chicken. Blood, door. Ooh. Activate shortcut. Oh, it's one of the Ornitars. Okay. Does getting an Ornitar, absorbing an Ornitar give any special bonuses, or is it just like the biggest amount of blood back?
I'm sick to death of Semana de Marea.
Oh?
Those goddamn fireworks are scaring the animals out of their wits.
If only that were the worst of it. Even the Galurians.
Oh no, okay.
Oh, and what about the poor Ophiutor?
What? Did something happen to him? Let me remind you. Radius.
How do you keep livestock that is like part fish in just a normal barn?
Friday. If it gets nervous, its meat will get as tough as stone.
Correct.
Relax, I took care of everything.
Assessment indicators and practitioners, witchcraft gotta hustle. True, Mara, true.
Calf in his pen.
Ooh, I have like max health. Is it worth it? Might as well. Why not?
This is tradition. And you know how it is here in Tormentosa. Traditions are sacred.
Okay. Was the thing carrying a rolling pin? Oh, hi. Again, though, why are there statues in the barn? Were they decorating the barn with statues? I have several questions. Hello? Any goods? No. All right, we'll top up. Maybe the livestock wasn't always fishy. Maybe, but the thing is the currency has it on there. But the description described the Ornitar as mythological, which it's very obviously not. Where does this put us? Okay, there's the locked door. I guess we're... Okay, we're on the other side of the shotgun place. Oh my god, I have to go all over the city? Are you serious? So this is where the shotgun would be. That's an explosive barrel. That means there's combat over there. Oh, trash can. Yoink.
I cannot carry more syringes.
Wait, is that a flex emote? Aw, it is a cute emote. All right. Hello? Well, that didn't drop down. Damn it. Okay, I'm guessing this back door is where we need to go. Excuse me, pardon me.
Path is clear.
Okay. Ding dong. Oh, Jesus.
Who do you think you are? You can't just barge into my shop and expect me to hand over my weapons.
We are the redeemers of the sea, chosen to save Tormentosa from the wrath of our lord.
That's right, old man. Best stay out of our way.
Old man?
Who the fuck?
When you were still suckling at your mother's teat, I was already hunting Ophiotors.
Okay, we don't have any.
And you, Professor? Aren't you ashamed? I thought you were a man.
Should I wonder if I can actually just shoot this thing?
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I should have known.
Sacred mission to fulfill. Now step aside.
Over my dead body.
Don't say that can be arranged.
So be it. We will calm the waters.
By the way, you're beautiful emo. What's emo? I'm punk, baby. Hello. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, it's a shooting range. Is that it? Okay, I thought somebody was gonna say something. Do we just start shooting things? Oh, I see. Oh, wait, no, that wasn't it. Is that not it? Oh, oh. Oh, I can't go under there. Thought I could for a second. Okay, that's just a syringe if we need it, which we probably will. Am I trying to rotate these maybe? No, that's in the wrong direction. Oh, what was that? Come on, I saw you come in. Baby heads. Bottle of beer. I don't understand. I don't understand. I'm confused. Okay. Who instantly likes Mar? Aww. Aww. Wizard of Twitch, I go around to streams to make people happy, sad, more angry, but I like to cast spells to make people happy. P.S. You're the first victim I viewed. Oh, hey, you're in a good place though. We have morning wizard battles in the Discord server that chat tends to engage in. I feel like I'm supposed to shoot the targets, or do I shoot the baby? Well, doesn't seem to be the baby. Also, I was trying to find where the speaker was, but... It's like here, but there's nothing there. Let me through. I cast a broken arrow. It's nothing? What do you mean, it's nothing? I was hoping I could open these lockers or something, but... So we need a key. I feel like the game has something to do with the key. I don't think the key came in the... Okay, I don't understand. Let's also use the syringe. Okay. Uno reverse, try to fuck with the wizard? What? I don't think I got a key from shooting the one, like, statue that was in the back, right? Pretty sure that just gave me experience stuff. Yeah, it didn't give me an item. Okay. No keys or anything. All right, hold on. So the chains won't open. It's the stairs going up. Oh, let's wait. Oh, it's the puzzle. That's where we need to find the mermaids. I don't know what that is. Oh, it's the never mind, it's the cart. Duh.
Step inside, step inside.
Hello. Closing Dragon, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Yeah, there's nothing down here. Have Rock follow? Hell yeah, Rock. I don't understand this though. I want to get the shotgun, but maybe I just need to go look for the key. Oh well, it's fine. Oh, we found a crow.
Fly high. Do not look back.
Still pretty sure we have, yep, still have max sharpness because we've not been using it to melee the dolls. Okay, so yeah, that only goes up to the, actually, I don't think that section can be opened, right? This is just a dead end. Fortuna Esmeralda. And there's another sharpening pike on the other side. Which means there's another way there. From shooting and winning? The thing is, this doesn't do anything. There's no score that pops up. The music just plays. And like, I put 2 magazines into the head of these things. But nothing happened. And there's no like, there's no key to this lock that has the shotgun in it. Which makes, and again, all these locks though look the same. We've come across no keys for locks. So, oh wait, no, that's the syringe that's in there. All right, where you chuckle fucks that? There you are. All right, come on, boys. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, that worked out. And there's a chicken right there. Oh, and a horse. All right, what's in here? In yellow. Oh! Uh-oh. Chicken. Thank you, Mr. Chicken. All right, we're 5 minutes from the ad break. Oh, hi, guys.
I need to reload.
Okay. Need to get the magic blood gun. It's not the magic blood gun yet. Ooh, let's leave the horse here for now. Ooh, nothing. That's actually the first time. Because I saw this chicken. Alright, can I open this? Oh, I can. Okay, hold on. But what's through this window? Oh, that looks like a slide lock on the inside. More health. Hello? I hear you. Oh, hi. Get your ass away from me. So that's where we came in. I see that head in there, but I guess that's it. It was just kind of a like roundabout way to either fight through an enemy and realize the door's locked or just go through the window. So let's go ahead and get this horse. Small lock when you have the gun. I tried shooting it. I did try shooting it. I don't want to do that yet. I want to check out these other zones. More gasoline. Alright, give me that. What is this? No return jump? Okay, we're not gonna go that way yet. Let's go see if we can open this gate. Tablas Zafiro? Oh, there's a chain on it. Of course there is. Now, am I either going to get one key that opens all of these locks, or what's going to happen here? All right. We also haven't seen a crystal ball in a while. Also, it's a hammerhead shark with a hammer. Hello. Mercado. Oh, hi. Another fucking key! Bitch. Hello? There you are. Oh, hi. Crows. Chest. Don't mind if I do. Hold on. Is she only show up in one place? Right. Oh, those are the syringes we found that we didn't need. Church bells.
There might be something useful inside.
Yeah, if you say so. Why are all of these blinds only half down? Okay, it didn't shut behind me. I genuinely thought it was gonna shut behind me. Oh, the little ram. Hello? Of course, what's the perfect universal key when everything's chained shut? Hello? I'm gonna go back out there and shit's gonna spawn, isn't it? Yoink! Okay. That's where we drop down. There's nothing there, so we need to go this way. Ding dong. Oh. I hear yo ass. Although you don't sound like a regular statue.
It should open from the other side.
Okay, I'm not sure I care about it opening from the other side. I hear yo ass. Oh! God, I hate those. What?
I'll distract her. You all get
Okay, that's in the vision.
If you go out there, Dolores will kill you.
What is up with Dolores?
Don't worry, Mother.
Oh, it is the head break. I see it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. All right. Let's do one game, because then I have time to check my thingamadoohickey. Who is tagging me in the Discord? Oh, it's the bunny thing. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. All right, put that away. Let's get the music. What the hell? No, I can't find it. All right. I'm checking on the Discord to see what's going on. But yeah, I'm not finding much of anything. All right, let me put on some chapstick. I want to find the next save point. Jesus. We haven't saved since we fucking did that little like chicken shit save after we moved the carts. And now we have the bolt cutters, baby. All right. Do you think this game's gonna do the thing that it does, where like the like Resident Evil does, where the bolt cutters are useful only for like one section of the game, or do you think it's gonna be useful the entirety of the game? I feel like it may only be useful for this one. Like we're gonna have a different like puzzle problem for the next zone.
Fall easily. I am a Solari warrior.
Javier.
He's dead as fuck, isn't he?
Sorry what I said before. I don't care if you pray to the sun, the sea, or an old shoe. You'll always be my son. Got that?
Why is Dolores unhinged though? She seems like she looks very much like a sun reliquary.
Protect you. Always.
When I'm elbow deep in a repair? Well, thank you, Impy.
Light your path.
Okay. Oh, wait, can I go in? Do I want to go in? Hello? Oh! There's one of those motherfuckers through that. I think these buildings are connected. Or is that supposed to be rain on the building? There's gonna be a statue through here, isn't there? I knew it! You chuckle fucks! Oh, god damn it. Oh no, this is dead and I fucked up. Whew. Okay, I think we're good for now. Let's see if I find an animal or something. Ah, never mind. Never mind. Better. Hell yeah, dude. I don't think this needed to be a cutscene. I'm not gonna lie though, guys. I don't think... Oh, right, never mind. We had a syringe sitting right here. So now we can use the syringe. Alright. So... Come on, give me a save zone, guys. Oh. Alright. Hold on. This man made it exactly like 5 feet. Oh, we got a brooch. Okay, nice. What number are you? Yeah. Oh, 2. Okay. So I guess they do go in numbers. Go in order. Hold on. What's back here? Oh, hey. Already found another syringe. Okay, is there... Oh, can't go this way. Crab, fish, fish. Clams, lobster. Okay. 713. Hello. I don't think I want to open that. Oh, that actually does look... Okay, maybe I want to open it. Okay, I think I want to open it. I'm scared to find out if Dolores is going to become, like, one of those, like, immune roaming enemies. We are leaving!
Better to hide.
You can't run forever. You can't hide forever.
Did I call it or did I call it? Dustbuds looks different than advertised? Fuck. Oh, right. This was a leap of no return, wasn't it? Fuck, dude. She went the other direction, I'm pretty sure. Okay, that explains why all the windows are open. Oh, fuck. I say, I hear her stomping. I hear her stomping.
And love never forgets.
The sea never forgets. Why are you... You don't have the same aesthetic as, like, the sea stuff. Fuck. Okay. Desecration of the sun relics? That could make sense, but she's like undead. You know, I'm starting to think maybe this was the part that I caught Nightmare Nexus doing. Fuck you, go away from that. That's exactly where I need to go. Thing is, though, I don't know if I need to walk like super slowly or something. Okay, I definitely need to get to the fish market. I probably should have gone when she was facing away. It very much could be desecration of sun relics, which makes me question, is she a saint or is she like a demon or something? And also, why is she seemingly the only one here? She stopped. Okay. She's coming back. So it looks like we have to get that thing all the way up. Okay, I've got to the point where I'm not so happy about our difficulty right now. A little bit. Okay. She hasn't come out. She's like right by that door. And I think if I sprint, it alerts her. So I have to either walk or crouch. Is she stuck? Is that her creaking? That creaking sounds her, right? Yeah, that's her. Okay, so is she gonna leave now? Did she lose me? I think she's stuck. I think her glitching through the wall got her stuck in the wall. We stick it. Oh, shit. Stick it. Oh, a W. That noise is definitely gonna alert her, though. We are leaving!
Why this obsession with me?
A couple chickens here. Quite a few chickens, actually. All right, let's actually use this for the first time. Snazzy.
Never forget.
You better not be right fucking behind me.
Sharper than ever.
Okay. So I guess this is the direction we're going. Okay, we can't push it, so we have to pull it.
Done.
I also can't raise this yet. I'm pretty sure.
You can't hide forever.
I can and I will. Is that a radio? Huh.
Come out. I won't hurt you.
Fuck. She's tapping back. Bad touch, you big bitch. Bad touch. Can we talk about how cool the design is, though? Please go left. Please, I'm begging you.
Never forget. Neither do I.
No. Okay, okay. Oh,
When I find you, you'll wish you'd never been born.
please keep going. She's gonna turn around. Yeah, that's as far as her cycle goes, I think.
Why don't you come out?
She does stand there a long time. Oh, damn it, I should have gone. Thing is, though, is I think I'm just going up to the gate that's up there to cut the chain. No, I don't think it's not a chase scene. Because she's still pathing. And if it was a chase scene, I probably would have gotten like a warning or something. Does she just actually wait in the spot until she hears something? Is that what it is? Thing is, there's no slide in this game, so I really don't want to like...
You can hide from me forever.
Why did that sound so fucking close? Why did that sound so fucking close? Okay. She really is just standing there. Maybe she's bugged. Okay, fuck it.
Sooner or later, I'll find you.
Wait. Oh, never mind. Okay. The thing didn't render in for a second. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Hello? Okay, we're good. Give me that. Snip, snip. Wait, is that her walking? Fuck, it is her. Sick.
Bingo.
Woo! Okay, but hold on a second. How much damage do you do? Can I check that? Inventory, weapons. Nothing makes you feel more powerful than holding a good old shotgun. In any argument, this beast always has the last word. Christ. There she is, yep. Fuck.
Again, assassino.
Yeah, sure. Is that the way we need to go, or... No, I think it's... No, that's the freight lift. Um... Oh, it actually has an icon next to them, so that looks like a hammer? Looks like a hammer on there. And then over here is... Those are the bolt cutters. Wait, where did we come through? Isn't that where we came through? Hmm. Okay.
Come out of here.
She went that way. Where am I looking? So that way. Okay, that's the office place to hide. What's this? Tableau Zafiro. Oh, I want to go back over there, but I'm kind of hoping if we get through here, maybe there's a save point in there. So to get past her, I have to go out the back, hope she's over here, and then run this way. And then I can hide in the office. Okay, where is she? Okay, there she is. So next time she passes that way, we'll try to go around her. Or do I just run behind her? Let's go see. Look. Is she still going? That didn't sound like she was going away after I opened the door, so I thought she heard the door and I was coming back. Ma'am, you can't smell shit. You're fucking dead. We know you're dead. Okay. I hear her stomping back. She's gonna get you. Shut up! I hate her. Yeah, she's coming back. She reminds me, weirdly enough, she reminds me of the sister from Outlast 2. Anybody else? All right, let's go. Okay, let's go. I'm actually gonna sprint it. Fuck it. Where in the fuck did y'all come from? Oh my god. Of course. Of course enemies respawn. Hi, Dolores.
And I'll never forget.
I'm sure. I'm actually kind of scared to see how much blood this shotgun's gonna use. I'm not gonna lie.
You wish you'd never been born.
Yeah. Whatever. Hi, guys. Sick. Triple sick. Ooh, Jesus. Okay. Yeah, but look at how much blood it takes. All right, when she passed the other way, we can open this thing. We're gonna let her go a decent distance, I think. Thing too is it doesn't sound like the other two that were like outside the shop are coming after me. Out of mercy, that's what I'm thinking, Keyblade. Like in that case where we know she's here. Come on, you stupid bitch. Again, though, the questions, it's compelling. The questions I have for this game and its world building are hella compelling. All right, come on. Are you stuck again? You rusty cunt. Bang. Come on. A finger to use bullets? Nah, then we saw the needles whenever we got it. So I figured it was gonna be something to do with like slamming our hand on it. Why? Wait, I think they came all the way here.
Come out of your hole, lindo conejito. You need more than that.
Yeah. Thank you for self-care. I'm basically out of water, though. She's still there. Y'all hear that? That's a heartbeat. Is that her heartbeat? Seriously?
Come out, soldadito. I won't hurt you.
Soldier boy. I don't think she felt it. Go away! And neither of them put up with anybody's shit. This is the second Dolores I've known in my life, and you are correct. I have never known a Dolores in my life that wasn't... one, kind of a bitch. I forget, can I get under there? Is that an area I can go? Okay, it is. See if maybe getting further away from her will do anything. Maybe if I sprint, it'll trigger her or something. This is the no return. So... yeah. Please, Dolores! Maybe I should go try and kill those other things? Hi. Okay, well that was interesting. She hadn't done like the turnaround part in a while. So maybe now she'll move? Okay, so if we leave here... what is that? Is that a building? Is that the best bet? Is that what I need to do? That's a building, right? Right? I don't think it is. I think that's a gate, isn't it? That's the gate we came through. Yeah, that's the gate we came through. And if I do this, I'd have to go all the way back here. So, okay, I have an idea. We can jump up there, I think. Bye, bitch.
Is that you?
Hi, Dolores.
You've escaped.
Wait, she just passed down the other zone? Oop.
Do you really think you can hide from me forever?
Maybe. Especially when you pat the wrong direction. Fuck yeah. I don't want to sprint because I'm afraid it's going to trigger her. Also, these things that like make me do like the winding that make a shit ton of noise, they stress me the fuck out so much, dude. So much. Sooner or later I'll find you, I'm sure.
Babala Zafiro. That looks like a mermaid.
Still no save? Okay, that side room better be a fucking the witch merchant. Please? Wait, is this an Argentinian flag? Kind of. It's kind of Argentinian. Motherfucker, dude. Motherfucker. Is there only one save in this whole fucking quarter? No, there was one up at the puzzle room. Okay, please give me one on the other side of this door. Oh, thank God. Oh.
Hey, hey!
There's your girl.
How's it going?
Herminia is more slippery than I thought. But that Arroyo guy seems to know how to catch her.
Arroyo? You mean Padre Arroyo? Ugh. Don't trust that guy. Not even
I'm gonna
a
ponder the
little.
orb.
He doesn't have a heart.
Great.
I feel like she means that literally.
Oh, please.
I feel like we're gonna find out he literally doesn't have a heart.
Keep thinking like that and you'll
Or like his heart is what animates Dolores.
I do not care. I am better off this way.
Cut the crap. Even a tough guy like you needs a little
Listen, it just takes Sunstar to smack talk for me to finally get a save point. Alright. Save and save, baby. And that's what we're gonna call it. Hell yeah, I love this game. This game is so cool. Is that Dolores? I think that is Dolores. That looks like her face and her crown. But she's holding an anchor. I have several questions. I have dozens of questions about this game and its setting. And I really hope it doesn't do a lot of stuff like up front. So I'm really hoping we get a lot of the meat and potatoes as we progress. As Radio Lady, because in review, she ruins the immersion. Cowards. That's all I can think. I still like her. I think she's dandy. But we need to find somebody to raid. Okay, they're on break. Okay, I know who we're raiding. We're raiding Hulky. Hulky's playing Ultra Kill. Oh, good lord, he's got the jittery PNG. Oh, no. Oh, no. All right, guys, we're going to be back tomorrow. We're going to be playing Dystopicon, which was a game sent to me. I forget if it was by a PR company or by the dev themselves. It's kind of like a 1984 game where instead of being like you're fighting against the dystopian society, instead you are basically being paid to sit there and let Big Brother watch you. I'm curious to see how it's going to go. If it's not long, then maybe we'll do more of this game or maybe one of the other games we played this week. George Orwell? It's kind of Orwellian, yeah. But we're going to do Crime Brulee. We'll do the Brulee message. But thank you guys for being here. Thank you for being awesome. If you haven't joined Discord, do jump in there. We may watch a movie this weekend. I'm thinking, okay, but what if we watch Fahrenheit 451 on Friday? What if we watched Fahrenheit 451 on Friday? I wonder. I did have fun. I like this game. I like this game a lot. But I'll see you guys tomorrow, noon CST, if you can be here. Until next time, though. Later. Good night. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I'm an idiot.